Okay, let's hop into this. We are going to do, I think what's kind of my standard settings right now is just a random map. We're not going to be underground for this one, so I'm just going to do a random cave. I'm not going to do north-south wraparound this time. This is a little easier in my opinion because you can kind of corner up. But in multiplayer, I definitely would want to run that. It makes it much more balanced. In our game name, this is going to be EA Ulm Stream. Okay. We're going to do early ages. Now, I've seen a lot of people putting out content and also suggesting to new players to do middle-age Ulm, which I think is a fair way to point people. But I figured, why not? People seem to be playing a lot of Ulm. Let's show off where they came from and do some early era. We're going to do random land nations. I don't feel like dealing with the water nations. And we're going to pick Ulm Enigma of Steel. And we're going to go with, again, kind of what's just been the standard. The 5 AIs plus myself. Okay, Ulm, Enigma of Steel. Ulm is a land of cold mountains and dense forest. These lands were settled by proud and fierce barbarians in ages past. Their ancestry has made the inhabitants of the forest stronger and more resilient to the cold climate than ordinary men. Upon becoming men, youngsters are often given a single knife and left in the forest at first snowfall. Those who survive the winter are allowed to return to their family. The barbarians of Ulm live in small settlements ruled by chieftains and warrior smiths who search for the Enigma of Steel. Steel is a sacred metal, and its maker is as well. Smithing has become the equivalent of making a sacrifice to the Lord, and no other culture has developed such skill in forging magical items. Horses are rare, and those who use them in warfare are held in contempt. Sneak attacks, on the other hand, are common, and many warriors use stealth to engage their opponents in hand-to-hand combat. So, very Conan the Barbarian-esque. This is like Germanic tribes pre-being conquered by Rome, or Ermor in this game. Our race is barbarians, and we'll look at these. They're slightly different than just regular humans. We get partial cold resistance, and we prefer cold scale 1. Our military is strong medium infantry and stealthy infantry. We'll see if we can take some advantage of that. That is much more useful, in my opinion, in multiplayer. The AI is not anticipating where you're moving troops or anything. Our magic is earth, nature, fire, air, water, some death, but we have superior magic item forging, and hopefully we'll be able to make some good use of that. Our priests are weak. I don't think we have any money above just a priest level 1. Yeah. Our scales and blessings, we can make it 1 scale colder. We get the standard fort, so no Yomi pain of just having palisades, luckily enough. And our forts produce 25% more resources. That's really nice because our troops are a little bit resource heavy. We'll take just a quick glance at what we have here. So we have a scout. He's interesting in that he has a short bow and he dual wields, so maybe if you get caught, you can maybe hit the assassin before he kills you or something. Otherwise, not really particularly useful. He is stealthy 40, which is kind of at the low end of that. So if you're using him to ferry around gyms, you might want to be careful if you get patrolled out. Our main troop mover and leader is the warrior chief. Has a great sword that could deal 25 damage. So if he has to hit somebody, he's going to do all right. He's got 13 attack, 13 defense, 13 protection. Pretty decent. He's wearing an iron cap, which is nice for early era. He's got a scale mail hauberk, which is also nice for early era. Most people are still using bronze, our Garthans from last time, for example, and the stats on iron are just better. Of note, when you have the Made of Iron tag, that means you can get your equipment rusted, which would make it able to be destroyed. Generically speaking, our Ulmian people have higher strength than normal. They have strength 13. Most humans have 10. And they have a little bit more HP. They are sitting at 16 HP as just their basic HP. So, I mean, it doesn't make a huge difference. I mean, probably not. If you're going to get hit, you're probably dying. But maybe it takes you 2, or If you get poisoned, maybe you have a couple rounds to hit somebody back before it takes you down. They're regular human size at size 3, despite them talking about them being stocky humans. They're just regular sized. Of note, particularly though, our magic resistance is only 8. 10 is kind of the baseline number. We are bad. Like, we're like almost animal bad. So we do not want to be getting hit by things that require magic resistance. That's just going to be a bad time for us. Most of our troops have cold resistance, and they can move in the snow. Hi, Werrowton. Welcome in. Glad to see some people joining up. If anybody has questions, feel free to throw them out there. I'll do my best to answer anything. A lot of our troops are going to be stealthy. Again, just kind of a low stealth. The 40 indicates how many patrol strength that would be needed to have a 50% chance of finding our unit. And you can find your patrol strength by looking at your precision stat. Why it's there, I'm not 100% sure. So like ours is 2.4, so we would need 20-something guys to get 40, which would give us a 50% chance to quote-unquote find ourselves. A lot of our troops are going to have mountain survival or forest survival, so that helps us move around, might help us with supplies a little bit if that becomes a problem. In addition to him, we have our shaman. We can recruit him in forests and our other forts. He gets just a Earth 1. He's a Priest 1. He gets a random, pretty decent randoms, Fire, Earth, Death, and Nature. So a smattering. Some of those are more useful than others at level 1. I do feel like the Earth 2s would be best because they could Earth power themselves up to Earth 3 and then throw out some decent Earth spells. But like Nature 1 has like Vine Arrow or Web or Entangle. Like there's some okay spells there. Not too bad. Death 1, some minor skeletons maybe. Same with Fire, some minor fire spells. We're not in love with those for like combat casting, but we'll see what we can do with them. Of note, they are an inept researcher too, so they're going to research 2 less than they otherwise would. This is kind of playing into the barbarian, like, we're not fully civilized yet. We've just kind of discovering the iron. That's like our advantage right now. We have the Warrior Smith, who is really important for us. Again, just starts with the Earth, but he can get decent extra paths. Notably, he has different paths than we could have gotten on our Shaman. He is sacred, but not a priest, so we're not paying for the priest level. That makes his cost of 78 gold per year upkeep okay for 9 research. I think my rule of thumb is 10 upkeep for 1 research is baseline, so he's better than baseline. He has the cold resist, other standard features. He has a resource bonus though. So wherever he's at, that fort or territory will have 5 extra resources. So the only way you can increase resources, there's like a ritual, I think, I haven't checked if it's still in Dominion 6, or you need to have a unit that has resource bonuses. Otherwise, you get what you get from your fort and the surrounding territories. So sometimes you build a fort and they have hardly any resources. Like, you needed the fort for a strategic reason, but you can't really build a lot out of. So if that happens to us, we could stuff it full of warrior smiths and then pump some troops out from there. In addition, this is that forge bonus that they were talking about. That's going to make it cheaper when we want to forge magic items by 1 gem. If he has to fight, he has a maul, does tons of damage. We don't want this guy in melee if we could help it. He could give himself some personal protection buffs. Were they sacred in Dominions 5? I do believe they were. I don't think that was a change, but I'll be honest, I did not do a comparison between the two for this one. It's not really going to change overly much. I don't think... I know I'm not going to take a bless this time around, but whereas in Middle Age, like, you have the Iron Darts, we don't get that spell. Our only special spell that we have is Sloth of Bears. Honestly, I'm not thinking we're going to use it. It's not particularly great for us, but who knows? Maybe we'll just need bulk at some point and we can pop that. Not sacred in Dominions 5. Okay, fair enough. So that is actually a little bit of a buff then, because by being sacred, it lowers their upkeep. So that's good to know. Yeah, totally. And having efficient researchers is very important for anybody. It's going to be nice for us too, because we're going to have some research goals that we would like to hit. Yeah, some buffing would definitely help our troops. And we have our Antlered Shaman. This is our cap-only mage. He starts with 2 Earth, so good, 2 Nature, decent, priest level 1, and he can random into these. Now, again, some pretty good paths. One of the big things in Dominions 5 that people, like, as the, I guess I'm going to say meta, but as our understanding of the game matured, people discovered that death was actually pretty good on Ulm. It was too good, in fact, where they were getting the long dead from middle age, so they were getting those, like, super troops as undead, and that got fixed. But they are still decent. They have a chance to get, like, a great sword, and they just give us bulk to our armies and give us just some more strategic options. So hopefully we'll get to use some death stuff here. I'm going to make a pretender with that in mind. Having 3 nature is also pretty good. Like, nature, I feel like nature really got some decent spells, or maybe just my understanding of the game has matured enough that I appreciate nature much more than I did. When I started Dominions 5, I thought nature was garbage, but I quite like it now. Other than that, he has our standard features here. He has survival bonus, so he can give us a little extra supplies if that becomes relevant. Otherwise, nothing too much to write home at. He is wearing some armor, so he has protection 9. Maybe he can survive an arrow hit or something. As for our troops, again, we're hardier than normal humans, so that is a nice advantage. So if we look at our axe warrior here, dual-wielding axes, only 9 attack on this guy. He has a penalty because he's dual-wielding and only ambidextrous 1 with ranked 1 weapons. But 20 damage a hit. I mean, that'll kill most troops in a single hit, or maim them if not. And they have these throwing axes. We have several troops who have these. They have just 2 ammo, but they're really nice. Just like with javelins, they're just good to just throw it point blank, so your precision doesn't matter as much, and you're probably throwing it into like a mass of troops. And so if you whiff and hit the guy next to the one you were aiming at, well, that's fine. So that's pretty good. They would like to take buffs. If we buff strength, for example, that would increase our range here, increase our damage here. Very nice. We have a couple flavors of that. We have that guy. We have the forest warrior, who is similar but has better stats, essentially. That's going to be my go-to expanding guys. I'm going to try to expand with those somewhat. We have mountain warriors, who are, again, similar, but they don't have the throwing axe. Better stats again. So if we need a straight-up melee line that's killy, these are our dudes. We have our warrior maidens. Now, the archer here, precision 11, has a short sword, protection 4, no hat noticeably, so archer duels are going to kind of suck for her. If we get the warrior maidens, though, has a hat, so that's quite nice. Has 12 precision. That's pretty good. Like 10's average for almost all archers. And I don't know the exact equation off the top of my head, but every point of precision above 10 that you have is way better. Like, it really helps. And it's pretty noticeable on these ones. Another interesting thing here is they have skirmisher. On most nations that have skirmisher, I don't find too much use, but I actually like it on here because that will negate the penalty to being in skirmish or sparse line formation. So not only are we somewhat well armored and pretty accurate, we can also spread out. So we should be able to win archer duels pretty handily against anybody of equal size for archers that we're running up against. We also have our only shielded troop, the Shield Maiden again. Just has a short sword, same armor, but has a shield this time. So 11 protection. Perfectly fine in the early age. Nothing wrong there. We could put them in skirmisher formation. Maybe if I was using them to screen arrows, and that was their main goal, that would be useful. 15 defense is notably pretty decent for just a human troop. 10 attack, standard. Nothing crazy there. We have our Iron Warriors. If we need a big two-hander hit that's not sacred, this is our dude. 12 attack at 25 damage is pretty beefy. If I was having to fight like the Sacreds from Agartha, these guys would chomp them up pretty well. Like, they're gonna hit, and 25 damage is nothing to sneeze at. So, could find some use. I tend to not build too many of these guys. No shield, so not great against archers, although 13 protection is decent. We have our Steel Maidens. These are dual wielding. Again, they've got the just 11 protection, above average in attack and defense skill, so Good, good. I wish they had throwing axes here too. If they had that, this would probably be my go-to true. And finally, we have our Sacred, the Steel Warrior. I mean, I love these guys. They look cool. They are cool, but I don't think they're particularly worth a bless. 14 attack is noticeably pretty good. 25 damage is noticeably pretty good. But other than that, they've got human HP, but slightly better strength, low magic resist, so a human player would definitely want to be taking advantage of that. We'll build a few of these guys, but probably not a ton. For starting sites, we have the Wheel of Pain, Conan reference, cough cough, which enables the recruitment of Steel Warriors. And we have Irminsul, which gives us a Death Gem, 2 Nature, and 3 Earth. So good gems to be getting for crafting, good gems to be getting for summoning, and this is also where our Cat Mage comes from. For Pretenders, they have a lot of options, and I think there's plenty of good ones. If you're still a new player and you're getting used to the game, I would go with one of these Dominion 4 guys. As a new player myself, when I started in on Dominions 4, I would always go with a cool Titan, and I would always run in like I saw people do it on YouTube, and I would die instantly, because I didn't understand the underlying mechanics that they were using. The immobile Pretenders mean you can't get yourself killed, and it can be very frustrating as a new player to lose your god right off the bat, especially if you think you're going to expand with them or something. These are safe options. There's nothing wrong with these. Plenty of points. Also, new in Dominions 6 is you can hit tab and it shows their magic paths. This is so nice. I can't tell you how many hours of my life I spent opening god by god to check and see what their starting paths were. It also shows you their new scales effect. So that is raising or lowering your minimum and maximum of certain scales. Do remember that does not stack with your nation. So we have cold +1. If we pick somebody from here with cold +1, that doesn't change. You only get one or the other. I think whichever is higher. So if somehow we had a god with +2 cold, I think you would get the +2. I already know what we're going to pick, though. We are actually going to use this guy right here, the Startoff Mastersmith. A classic one. People in the past in older Dominions have definitely done this guy. What's cool about him, he's the younger brother of the eldest dwarf, and he got super jealous of this magic ring. It literally does nothing except for be very beautiful. But he was so obsessed with it, he turned into a dragon of greed, essentially. What this guy will give us is starting paths of Earth and Glamour. Now, Glamour's new. I haven't actually played a nation that's super heavy Glamour yet. I've kind of been trying all my old favorites first, and ironically, all my old favorites generally don't have Glamour or mounts for some reason. I didn't do that on purpose. I don't know what happened there. But I'm excited. The Glamour stuff looks good. In my test game, I totally forgot about this, and I need to remember to take advantage of it. Because he can shape change into a Lenormand. I think that's somewhat how you pronounce that. And I'll show you what that chassis looks like. Otherwise, he's pretty standard, just a little dwarf dude. He does have Mastersmith, and he is a Dragon Master, so maybe we could summon some dragons and get some bonus from that. Mastersmith is very nice. That lets you add 1, in this case because it's Mastersmith 1, to your value of magic paths when forging. So if you needed 3 but had 2, this would add 1 more and you could craft the item. And what he turns into is this guy right here. So, pretty decent chassis. Notably, it has different magic paths than he does. He has the Earth, Death, he has the Earth and Glamour, whereas this guy has the Water, Death. Water, Death, I would say, are not as good of paths on a Pretender. If you're going to be a big stompy monster, it's almost required, I would say, that you have Earth to help yourself here. Of note, the bonuses you get for magic paths has changed. Before, you would get 1 protection for 1 Earth magic. You do not get that now. At 3, you get +3 protection. At +4 Earth, you get Affliction Resistance 1. You do not get it per path. And they've changed all of them. It's in the manual if you want to look them up. But notably, I would say fire is nowhere near as miserable for poor Abyssia, having tons of fire on their mages and being old at age 25 or something. So I am going to actually load load my made guy. I named him Gorfidel. And for some reason, when you load him, he shows as that chassis, but this is that little dude I was showing you. So this is what his form will look like. He's got Fear 10. He's got a lot of cold resistance, a lot of poison resistance. He has swimming, swamp survival, a poison cloud, and keeps his Dragon Master. Notably, he will not let go of that ring. Like, this is his ring and nobody else is going to have it. So you have one less slot on monster chassis. You're already really feeling like I could put a hat and one item and nothing else. So he's not going to stay viable as a super combatant, in my opinion, for that long. But hopefully we'll be able to use him to expand a little bit, and then hopefully he can come home alive and not feeble-minded and do some casting, help with research, do some foraging, and then maybe later in the game come out with some better battlefield magic. We are going to take Hard Skin. I tried expanding without this, and I just got afflicted to heck and back. It was horrible. So we should, if my calculation is correct, end up with 26 protection. We'll have 3 for having the high earth, and we'll have 5 more for the hard skin. We're also going to take just a point of undead command, and that is because I am planning on trying to take a little bit of advantage of that death magic, and that will let all of our sacreds command up to, I believe it's 50. Yeah, up to 50 undead, and that just makes ferrying them around really simple compared to, I believe otherwise we would have to have death on the mage that's moving things around, or we'd have to summon something with undead leadership. So this just makes it a little easier. I needed to get some extra paths for the 6 bless points anyways, and so that's what I went with. Notably, we do still have 1 glamour magic, so I need to remember he does not get this, I don't think, when he's in this form. He only has this, I believe, when he's in dwarf form. So I need to start combat as a dwarf, cast my buffs, and then transform. That does mean I'm going to have 1 less script slot, though, because I'm going to have to script the transformation. So going to have to check that out and see how that's working. Otherwise, we're going with relatively weak domain. I'm not going for a sacred strategy. It's the AI. They're not going to dom kill me. I'd have to really mess up for that to be the case. We're going to go high order because A, I want money, and B, I'm going to take some misfortune, and I'm going to take drain, so I don't want events if I could help it. This will also help keep unrest down just in general. The money's going to help with our mages and just keeping recruitment high. One of my test games actually did 1-1, and I found I had too many resources. Ideally for us, I think most of our troops are kind of a 1-to-1 ratio. So 12 to 16, 12 to 13, 14-14. So we want to keep that ratio about like that in our forts. And if we are low on resources, I'll just get some Master Smiths to bring that back up. We're going to stick at cold 2, so I just needed some points somewhere, and since we have snow move anyways and we have some cold resist, maybe this will hurt our enemies more than it hurts us. Taking a little bit of growth just to help with the money, get the population up a little bit. And then we are going to have to pay for all this because I am awake with 1 skill of misfortune and 2 drain. Now, in my test game, I didn't take drain. I think I actually took magic 1, but I needed more points because I went with a heavier bless with the hard skin than I think I went reinvig on the other one, and it just didn't work out at all. And this will give us +1 magic resist when we're in our own dominion, so our junky 8 magic resist on most of our troops will at least be 9. 9's better than 8, right? And this is kind of flavorful, right? Like middle-age Olm isn't affected by drain, and so they wouldn't have the research penalty that we're going to have. Ideally, we're going to get some smiths out, we're going to go out site searching and get gems, and we're going to make owl quills and lightless lanterns and whatever else boosts our research. I don't think we're going to get any blood, so we're not going to get any contracts or anything, but ideally we're going to use our crafting ability to make up for our weakness there. Now, most of those items, I think, were moved from construction, I guess it used to be 1 to 3, I want to say, maybe even 5. So we're going to have to see where those research items are. Hopefully there's at least something at 3 I could craft, or the research is going to be very painful. But we're going to give this a try, see how fun it is. All right, Glorfindel, let's go. We're going to do the same I've been doing. 8 points to win, no level 1s, 8 level 2s, 8 points to win. So we need 4 thrones. That makes for a pretty short game. It takes you to like the beginning of mid-game, but I like to have at least a chance I can finish it in one stream. I can't go too late tonight. I need to get up for work tomorrow, so this may end up being a 2-parter, but I like this. If you're playing single-player testing nations, you can finish games and not get too bored. And we'll go ahead and hop in there. Werotin says, they take Earth fatigue less surprisingly well. Yeah, I think everybody does. Like, one of the first things I think a new player needs to understand is how fatigue interacts with other stats. Once you're over just the, like, how do I do anything part of the game, it is so vital to understand that. Like, yesterday when we were working on the Agartha Olms, when they would get to the 50 fatigue because of the changes in natural weapons, they would go into melee mode. So maybe a Reinvig Bless would keep them at range longer, or understanding that your big bad pretender falls asleep at 100 fatigue, and then people just start stabbing him because they get a huge bonus for that. So I've been doing some Machaca testing. That was what I was going to stream, but I'm not good enough at Machaca to make mistakes live on air yet, so that'll be to be announced when the Machaca game will happen. But I made the big Colossus, the meme god, and he just fell asleep like instantly in every fight. It was terrible. All right, so in the beginning there was chaos, and now the wheel is turning. Let's see what we get. Okay, well, I like what I'm seeing already. I'm not like hammered into the side of the map or anything, so that's good. I'm going to do a Control F, and I'm going to turn on Dominion Candles and Income Box. And I think I'm going to show Impassable Borders too. And I would suggest doing this because it'll show you your intel on various places. So having an Awake God, it's really important that we stay in our domain because we get a Dominion bonus for HP while we're in our own domain. So you can see his basic hit points, 165, we're at 181, and that will scale based on the amount of candles we have in a province. It is pretty dangerous to go outside of that. I believe you also lose your self-bless if you're outside of your domain. I'd have to double check that that's still a thing, but I can't believe that would change. So that could be pretty important because we are going to want our bless for sure. We are natively at 26 protection. That's our Earth Magic bonus of +3, and I think that must be counting our hard skin too because we started at 18. Pretty good. I will say from my testing, 26 is not enough to be immune to damage. You will take chip damage, and if you pass out, you can get some pretty nasty, like 10+ hits, depending on what's whacking at you. So you do have to be careful there. All right, so here it's showing 4 Earth, 1 Death. Let's just test if we go to change shape. Yeah. So these are our full magic paths. So we have to remember, we're losing magic paths when we shift into our, I'm going to call it dragon form, but Lenomer form or whatever. We're probably going to want to start here so that we can do some glamour buffing. Let's check and see if we lucked out on our research. So probably not. Because we took Drain, we only got 50 research, and I have it random where it stuck it, so it stuck it in Thaumaturgy. See what we have, though. Okay, Personal Luck. Yeah, totally. We're going to cast that. So Personal Luck gives us a 75% chance of escaping an otherwise deadly blow or spell. You know, I'll take that. If I could have a 75% chance in real life to not die, I would take it. What we're going to need, though, is some alteration. Even at Personal Stone Skin, that will give us a +3, taking us to 29. 29 will definitely help us not taking too much chip damage. And Personal Iron Skin would give us +5, so 31 would make us as good as we're going to get, basically. We didn't take Nature, notably, so we do not currently have Regen. That would be an item I'd be interested in getting, but we'll probably be done having him do big fights before we ever research something like that. Alright, so I'm going to set up my Scout on just Retreat, put him in the back. I do think I'm going to send him out and bounce a province. For us, we do get special recruitment in Mountains and forests. We get our mountain and forest warrior respectively. So these guys can be recruited in forest without a fort, and I like that. I like that a lot. So we can kind of pad our numbers in the early game by grabbing some of those. So this is definitely what I'm interested in. Interesting that there's a bridge right there. So that probably has, that must be a river. So if we went here or here, that might be useful. We cannot get to this one. I know it's probably hard to see on stream, but this one's blocked. I do think we're going to try for that forest turn 2, so I'm going to bounce my scout. I'm going to have him attack and just run away. Hopefully he'll retreat home safely, and if he doesn't, well, that's just too bad. We're going to go ahead and make our initial chieftain, our prophet. One thing of note when you prophetize somebody, they have no upkeep. So this guy's only 84. I'd like to do somebody with more upkeep, but I don't want to wait because I want to get my Dominion out fast so I can use my guy to expand. We're definitely not going to blind expand on this guy. That would just, yeah, that would be a rage-inducing death, I'm sure, no matter what's out there. So we're going to have him research. Let's set up some research. I think we're going to go for Alt 2, and the reason being, as previously mentioned, that would get us the personal stone skin. Could be useful to have resist lightning. Other than that, though, I guess skeletal body would be one we will probably buff ourselves with. Could be useful there. Nice, welcome in, Stephen. I'm glad you caught it live. I'm gonna try to. My previous 2 streams were just spur of the moment. Like, I can't figure out how to record this and make it not boring, so I'm just going to stream it. Was basically the strategy behind those. And today's, I had some plans that didn't work out, and I was like, I just want to play Dominions. And people seem to really like the Agartha stream, so let's just do it. But in the future, I will try to have a little more notice out beforehand. I'll probably post on the Steam forums like I've been doing. I don't really know where else I can or am allowed to be posting. I don't want to spam anybody with that because I know how annoying that gets. Okay, so yeah, we're going to go for the personal stone skin for the alteration. And then we have a lot of choices there. We could go with the early construction. I don't think anything for construction 1 is going to be particularly useful. We would probably make a bracer of protection and put it on him for +1 prot. Could be good. Enchantment would be nice. We could get the reanimation spell. If we get desperate, we could throw out some skeletons quickly. They would be nice because they could go with him and not die in his poison cloud. So that's a pretty strong contender, I think. Strength of Giants is a good buff. Our troops love buffs. They take buffs very well because they have 2 attacks. Or they have a 2-hander, which gets more from strength. I think it's 25% more. So they love those buffs. We can get fire too, so ignite arrows would be useful. We could poison our arrows, that'd be useful. We have casters who could do personal regen. I don't know how useful that would be. So lots of good stuff in enchantment. Thaumaturgy, I don't think we're going to have too much. Panic's not a terrible spell, but our Pretender's not going to be able to use that. Conjuration, I think, is probably what we're going to go. We'll probably go Conjuration 3. Summon Earth Power is so good. And the reason being, it raises your Earth by 1, so it makes all your other Earth spells cheaper. But more importantly is the Reinvigoration 2, like we were chatting about earlier. That's huge. That's so good. And you just get that every round, no matter whether you're casting or resting or whatever. You just always are getting that. So it's very good. Plus, that would also give us the ability to do other summons. A new one in here that is quite interesting for us. Nest of Asps. We have the cross pass to cast this, or we can get it. It gives us 10 plus, and these are snakes. So the cold's not great for them, but they're size 2, I believe, and they have deadly poison. So it's basically save or die. So that could be kind of interesting to just spit some of those out into a combat that otherwise maybe we're a little outclassed on. Yeah, lots of good stuff in here. Plus, we have the death magic that we could do other death summons. Could be pretty good. So we're going to research this turn at our 23, which is quite nice. Let's grab our initial recruit. Now, we're probably... I don't love what they start with for troops. I really wish... Oh, these are different than last time. I swear I didn't have the axe throwers last time. Okay. Maybe I'm crazy on that. Maybe I'm not. But I'm much more happy with these guys. Okay, cool. We will probably go out next turn then. I'm going to grab some extra forest warriors because I want them to be able to throw those axes. And then... with them moving out next turn, we're not going to need troops yet. So I think we're going to grab a caster. I don't think I want to commit to an antlered shaman yet. Their upkeep is very high, 156. And we are currently at low resources because we don't have any of our surrounding territory. So an early warrior smith, I think, would be pretty good. 78 gold. We're going to need to roll some of these guys anyways, because ideally I want to get a fire 2, a air 2, and a water 2, basically. The earth we can cover other places, but those 3 I'd really like to get. So we're going to have to roll a lot of these guys anyways. I think we will grab that, and that means we're going to not be able to get the last guy, but that's totally fine by me. We're not going to spend our holy points either. Our bless isn't particularly great for these guys, and they're just so expensive. We'll grab some later, but for now, on our initial start, we're not going to do a bless expand. Yeah, I totally agree with the construction. I have not done enough with it yet. In my Agartha stream, I went up to 5 or 7, whichever it was needed for the skull mask. I was planning on doing Utter Dark if we hadn't won, which we won before that point, but I am really liking that the boosters got pushed back a little bit. Like, crafting in general has been slowed down, and the boosters have been slowed down. I feel like that's in accordance with their goal of making troops last longer. And that also means that, like, the mages you have are more important, what their starting paths are, longer. You're not just designing a pretender or getting, like, that lucky guy who can, like, boost you into everything really super duper early. So you have to really think about those low path spells that maybe before you never would have thought about. So I quite like the change, at least so far. Okay, and I think we're ready to roll our turn. Let's peek at the other pretenders. So Tir na Nog. Okay, I have not fought them yet in Dominion 6, so they are going to be our stealthy glamour people. I have been on the receiving end of a lot of glamour spells, and they seem pretty powerful. And they hit you with magic resist, so this is not a good matchup for us at all. This is not good. This would be a case for getting our Long Dead up and running, that our Long Dead could come in and soak up some of that damage. Agartha, representing. Good job. Zabulba again. This seems really popular on my random nations. I've rolled them almost every game I've played. I think I've played maybe 10 test games and 10 games I've shown total, and they've been in like every game, maybe not one. We've got Satis. Okay, interesting. Another more powerful death nation. That'll be pretty cool to fight. And another elf nation. So we have the Vanheim. These guys were quite the pain in my rear in another game. So good matchups all around. I like that. I think those will be fun to fight. All right, let's roll that first turn. Finally. Only 40 minutes in and we're rolling a turn. I'm getting faster, guys. Yeah, the cold will work out for us. It's definitely going to hurt Satis quite a bit. And other than Vanheim, I don't think anyone else is particularly great at it. Didn't end up with any of the fire nations to attack us, but yeah, I think that's going to be totally fine. If nothing else, they won't have snow move, so we'll have the better mobility if it comes to that. All right, we cinched the thrones. We made our profit. Let's see what our titles were. Master of Inventions, Counselor of the Gods. Huh, interesting. Not really mentioning our death here. And Satis has Janny, Lady of Corruption, Vessel of Might, Queen of Suicides, the Unsleeping Goddess, Goddess of Famine, All right, tell me you worship death without telling me you worship death. That's probably death and blood. Vessel of Might, maybe that's earth. Maybe that's blood. So they have a pretty powerful... That's probably not awake, I would assume. And Vanheim... There's that Barge of Heavens again. If anyone knows what that one comes from, I'd be curious. I'm thinking air or astral, maybe? But, I don't know, barge makes me think like it's like a boat, so nature? But why would it be in heaven? So, I don't know. I don't recognize that one at all. Holder of the Wind Bag. Okay, well that one... Apparently, Gandalf is a wind bag, so there you go. You heard it here first. That's definitely air. And Coppercast, I don't know that one either. That's maybe Earth. Yeah, Holder of the Windbag always makes me laugh. It's the small things in life. You have to enjoy them, you know. All right, our battle. So this was our scout attacking and then hopefully running away successfully. So we're doing this just to get an accurate count of what's here. Ooh, yes. If my Dominion's here, we're attacking this. This is prime food. Prime eaten. All right. And so in total, they had 20 blowpipes and 8 woodsmen and 1 nature 1 druid. So nothing to worry about there. Nice, easy one to go into. And we have an event already. I'm not excited about this. Lightning struck a large boulder, and afterwards a handful of gems could be found where the boulder had cracked. Air +2. Nice. Okay, better than expected, face. Okay, so now we've got some choices here. We've got more wolf tribes, heavy infantry, militia, light infantry. Okay, none of these particularly worry me about our god. So we could go anywhere, noting that we want to go somewhere that has Dominion. Also note that despite us only having Dominion 4, look how many candle spreads we got. We got lucky that turn, I feel. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we got really lucky. They didn't double up here. They spread nicely. That's exactly what I want to see when I'm doing an Awake Pretender. I like High Dominion for the extra HP, but I just need to be able to go there. I've had really bad luck expanding outside of my domain, just getting squished by some lucky hit that, if I was in my domain, would not have killed me. So, past trauma prevails on those, I think. Alright, so, we are going to do... Is there any reason for us to hold? Not... Well, we do have superior archers. So we'll hold and fire closest with our melee line. We're going to put them in just a normal line formation at the very front. We are going to grab our archers, and we're going to put them in sparse line. No reason not to yet. I see we get double water, so great Smith recruit there. Very happy with that. Our god, we'll do with you in a minute. And here's our prophet. We'll put him here. Generally speaking, I found if you put your commander in the middle of your archers, you're just asking to catch a stray arrow. But conversely, if you go to the outside of your melee line too much, something might wrap around and get him, and he is not going to survive in combat particularly well. So I think we're just going to go here, let's say. He's going to cast Blessing because he's the only guy that needs it. We'll tell him to do a Sermon of Courage, and then I don't want to advance because he's so squishy. I'd prefer he has every last second to cast spells at whatever's coming at us. We're going to end up with... Actually, what is our... Now that I say that, what is our specific... We got Word of Stone. Petrify? Yeah, okay. Not terrible. So anybody that he's whacking with that, maybe we can petrify them, keep them out of melee with us, and then shoot them with the archers, although when you're petrified, I think your protection goes sky high, so not the best combo there. I would have preferred nature for the vines, honestly. That's totally fine, though. And then let's go ahead and put a script on this guy. Let's see what we have, and then we'll decide whether we're going out or not. Okay, so buff-wise, we have nothing except personal luck. I think we're okay, though. I think we're okay. Yeah, 11 protection here, but when he transforms, he'll have 26. I think we'll be fine. We've got Fear, and we've got the Poison Cloud. 26. I would say 26 is really feeling pretty minimum, though. So, all right. So we have to start as him. So let's go back to our script before I forget. We're going to cast Personal Luck. Is there anything else we could do? We could throw some shards. Sleep Ray, range 1, no. Decay, 25. Frighten's at 50. I feel like Frighten probably wears off before it becomes relevant, though. So we're just adding Fatigue. Yeah, 30 for Flying Shards. We really don't want to be casting that. Yeah, I don't think we're going to. We're going to do Personal Luck. We're going to change shape before we catch an arrow to the head. And then I think we're going to hold or fire missiles because we have a Poison Breath. Let's do that twice. And then we'll attack closest. And let's make sure, not him, make sure I'm at the far back. Give myself as much time as possible. All right. Let's hope that everything goes well. So, this is really important where we go, though. If we go here, we could wrap around if we don't get any lucky spreads. Ditto the other direction. What can our mundane troops expand into, I guess, is the other question. This would definitely be our victory. So I think we're going to send our mundane troops into there. One thing also to note on Ulm, I played them in multiplayer and I got really frustrated. If you're running a stealthy commander and stealthy troops, make sure that when you're going somewhere, you're moving and not stealthing. Because if you accidentally stealth when you think you're going to attack, you're going to feel rather dumb when you land in there and you don't attack the mage that you thought you were going to catch or something. So just keep an eye on that if that says stealth or sneak when you're setting up orders. All right, our scout returns safely. We're just going to scout this time. I'm not going to do the attack technique this time. And I think we're going to go down here. So allegedly there's 70 units. They're Wolf Tribes and Wolf Tribes warriors. I'm not too scared of those. I feel like with their little daggers, they're not going to be able to get through 26. Let's roll the turn. Oh, I didn't recruit. Shoot. Okay, well, not the end of the world. There was a battle in Hull Woods. Let's check it out. Okay, Brandon's saying in Dom 5, Barge of the Heavens was astral and water, and something of 3. Interesting. I wonder if it's 3 domain. I don't know what else would really fit for that. All right, let's speed it up till we make... Okay, watch those axes go in. Yep. Goodbye. Get out of here. We're done with you guys. Actually, let me watch that again. So I want to show what's so nice about having that skirmisher. So see how spread out we are here. Let's see how their arrows do when they come in. So we were a little too far back, so they started moving forward. Okay, so they haven't really hit us yet. They haven't really hit us yet. We kind of bunched up a little bit because they moved. Yeah, look how much they're missing compared to us. Like, we are way more accurate than they are. That's really nice. They're not wearing helmets either, so good target for our expansion. Good target there. All right, now the one that makes me really nervous. Please don't die on our first battle on stream. I believe in you, Gorfindel. Use that personal luck. All right, so we've got personal luck up. Because of our high Earth Pass, we have Affliction Resistance 1. We have our hard skin, so we're at 26 protection. Those are okay stats. I'm okay with that. We're not going into anything crazy here. I don't think this is going to be a problem. What I'd like to see is them come up in a nice big bunch and get breathed on. That would be the ideal script. All right, so they're stopping to do ranged. Their range isn't going to do anything to me. I do also have high poison resist, so a lot of these like blowpipes and stuff just don't do anything to me. Okay, we did get a breath off. That's nice so that they'll retreat into it. Yeah, that poison cloud hitting them real nice. All right, let's see what's going on here. So they have taken the fear. They're in hostile domain, and because of their losses, they've taken a -2. So decent combo here. And here come the range. One thing I've noticed is it feels like ranged units are much more willing to walk closer than to lob arrows into the back of their friends' heads. In the minions before, I don't feel like I saw that behavior nearly as much. Now, admittedly, most of that behavior I've been watching has been indies, not people that have been scripted a certain way. But for us on this guy, look where they ended up when they moved up. Right in that poison cloud that we breathed. Yep. I love to see that. I'm gonna bask in this for a second. You'll have to indulge me. Yeah, that's exactly what we'd love to see. If every battle went like that, easy times in Ulm. All right, so let's check how we did. So we did take 11 points of damage from whatever it was. No worries, that's fine. Your chance to take afflictions is partially influenced by the percentage of your HP the hit did. So big hits, better chance of giving you afflictions. So for us, lots of HPs at 1 buffer, and then we do have the affliction resistance 1. So pretty good there. Very happy with that turn. All right, we're going to drop our standard 6. We've got our Dominion here. We did get a good spread, so we could check that out in a second. For recruitables, okay, so this is what I was mentioning, that we can recruit our own troops in neighboring territories. Now, I believe we're getting them here because it's mountains. Oops, excuse me. But that is so, so nice. Yeah. So, let's see how many we can get. So, some of the resources here are getting pulled into our fort now, so it won't be as many. But we could pick up Axe Warriors. So their defense isn't as good as the Forest Warriors, nor is their attack. But when we're just going for massive axe throwing, essentially, so we could get 3 in some amount. Or, and I think this is what I'm going to do this turn, I'm going to grab a chief, and then we'll just fill out whatever's left with those. And this is one thing I love so much. In my Machaka test game, I had just garbage indies. I had nobody to run troops around, and so I ended up having to stop my good recruitment to get just commanders in my capital. It felt really bad. Okay, so if we have a commander here, he can come back and get troops next turn. Unfortunately, I missed my recruitment for 1 turn. Not the end of the world, but we'll just be slightly behind on that curve. I think we're going to continue increasing our resources and research, and then we'll fill out with Forest Warriors for whatever else is left. And over here, we'll do the same. Get our 6 defense up. Okay, interesting over here. Now, note when our domain kicks in, it's going to get cold and freeze this river, so this is not going to be a choke point. If you were on a hot domain, this would be one of these territories, this one especially, would be a hot commodity, because you could protect the bridge here and nobody could get across if they didn't have special movement of some type from here or here. So good there. What were our losses on that first expansion party? We lost nobody. Wow. I will definitely not claim to be good at human troop expansion. I got to be acceptable when I played Dom 5 pretty heavily a couple years ago. I am better at just big bulky dudes, just my play style. So I just have to get used to the attrition warfare of humans. The sad reality of that. Okay, so from here, we only have 2 choices. We could go here, which it's claiming has 80. So I just don't know if we have those type of numbers. What do we have? We have 15 for our front line. Our front line would get totally wrapped. So that could be pretty dangerous. Or we could go here. Archers, light infantry, and militia. Of note, whatever's listed first should be what there is most of. And as you go right, there should be less and less. So if I'm remembering that right, most of this is going to be archers. And I'm feeling like we're pretty good against archers. So we're going to chance that one. That'll be nice. Get 2 turns of expansion out from that party. We've got our guys this time. How are we doing on the research? Okay, so not next turn, but the turn after we'll have alt 1. I don't think Alt 1 really gets us anything, though. Fists of Iron, that could be good. This is a nice one because you get 1 attack plus 1 for every Earth level you have. So you can end up getting like 6 attacks at a magic 15 damage with your strength. And you'll note, for us, our strength is 26. So that basically just squishes squares when you are using that spell. Ooh, another thing to note here. We need to remember after every combat that we need to go back to dwarf form. That could be super awkward if I forget that, because he'll start combat, not be able to buff himself, and then turn into a dwarf. Ooh, yeah. I've really hamstrung myself in the past because of that. Brandon says, I think the range moving in was a real change in Dominion 6. I would totally believe that. Like, I really like that behavior. Now, admittedly, I'm taking advantage of it here in this circumstance, but imagine it's like Ermor versus somebody else. Like, you're going to be happy that, like, your ranged troops come up behind you a little bit closer. And when you get in really close, your accuracy penalty is way lower. Like, for our troops, if our troops get close, they're going to have, like, laser sharp accuracy. It'll be really nice if they do that. But then again, ours may not try because they're more accurate in general. So we'll have to watch their behavior and see how it pans out. I don't know how to pronounce your name. S-Zim, I'm going to say. Asks, are mercenaries an option to expand faster early? They totally are. Elephant Corp this time around. It's very random. So you have to kind of know a little bit of what's good and what's not, although they show you the picture now, so at least you can see like what you're getting. You don't have to just know what they are. The Dominion 6 inspectors up. I threw out a video just telling people. I was so excited. I made probably a dumb video, but I was just excited that I could look things up, and you can always look up the different ones here. I would say the biggest ones to watch for mercenaries are mages that you don't have a path in, because you could get them and do some site searching or craft something special, or troops that allow you to get underwater or on land, vice versa, whatever you can't normally do. Because even if we could get underwater and get some crappy mermaids, I could do 10 turns of mermaid recruitment and then take another province. So that could be super useful. But you are 100% right, though. The correct habit is to check the mercenaries when you're starting out, because if I had gotten like just some, I don't know, medium infantry or something, that could have been a third expansion party. So that could have been super good. Okay, double checking. We've got our defense. I think we're gonna go in here. Heavy infantry, I'm actually not too worried about. They're all gonna be wielding short swords. Slings, I'm not worried about at all. Now, they will stand up a lot longer, I think. Their morale is going to be higher than what we fought. But I think we can do that. And if we take this one, I'm expecting my domain to be here next turn. And we could clear that and then that. So that could be super useful. I think we're going to do that. We'll chance it. Back at home, we've got our recruitment set up. We checked our research. Movement. Double check my messages. Nothing crazy. Let's roll that turn. Zim says, I think skeletal body was alteration in Dom 5. I don't remember where it was. I believe it is still... Oh, our scout's doing nothing. I believe it is still alteration. Are you saying the level's different? You can't see it under my little heart icon on YouTube. Let's double check. Death spells. Skeletal body level 1. Yeah. That is a nice spell. Being able to lower piercing damage is always nice. For us, though, we start with that. In our dragon form, we resist pierce and blunt, I believe. All right, Mr. Scout. Let's check this one. Let's get good, accurate information in case I do decide to attack that next turn. And now we will roll the turn. All right, we got our first level of alteration done. We've got our 2 bows. Okay, I'm pretty confident in this one. I feel like we've got a good set. Oh, I forgot to tell them to hold and fire. That's all right. I also should have changed their script to fire archer if it's not. So we're going to take some hits here. These guys especially, they've only got 10 protection. They do have a hat, so that's nice. They won't insta-die to an arrow if it hits them in the head, but that's okay. A couple hits is not the end of the world. I love javelin troops or axe throwers or anybody who has these just low-range attacks. Like, that was a pretty weak round, and we still got 2 kills. Like, that's just 2 dudes that we don't have to fight when they can hit us back. Yeah, pretty good there. Now, I'm noting they're choosing to fire into combat, so they must be... They are pretty close. I think that's about as close as the AI got. So they are moving up. So that's good to know about their behavior. There's nothing worse than, like, you're chasing that one limping commander and your archers are just decimating your crew. Hopefully we won't see as much of that with that change. Yeah, this is totally going to be a victory. Let's speed through here, just for giggles. Okay, no archers were shooting. All right, our riskier move. Okay, I was in dwarf form. Good job, Babel. What do we got? All right, 2 commanders. Not very many slingers. I was hoping for more slingers because they're going to die. They're not going to do anything. They're just going to die. The heavy infantry, with 14 piercing, they're going to really struggle. Like, if they did double damage, they would hit 28, and that would barely tickle me. So I think we're going to be just fine. Speed it up some. Speed it up a lot. Apparently we're poisoning a bush back here. Okay, he did do the breath again. So that scripting seems to be working. What round are we on? No, he was off script there because we were past round 5. It's R on your keyboard to turn on rounds, by the way. It's quite nice when you're checking your scripting to be able to see where you're actually at. Sometimes you've got spells that don't take a full round to cast, and it's nice to know when to expect things to come out. Yeah, that was beautiful. Let's speed that up. That was beautiful. I could not have hoped for a better run there. I'm liking this guy. I'm liking this guy for an expansion. I do think that when we start fighting things that are going to animate trees, he's going to struggle a little bit. He won't die to him or anything, but he's just going to get stuck on them forever because they're going to have so much HP. All right. Now, remembering, this time instead of another warrior chief, we're going to grab a scout. And we're going to just continue. Put that on repeat for now. Just continue to get some more guys. Up here, let's grab some forest warriors. Yep. Nope. Can't get very many. I do think, well, let's get another scout. I've been not good on my streams about scouting nearly as much, so I'm going to try to remedy that since I have easy scout access here. Alright, get our PD up here. Nothing special we could recruit. Nope, we have our shaman here. If we dropped a lab and a temple, we could recruit it because it's a forest. Lab and temple without a fort is pretty risky. I don't think the risk for Ulm is worth it for just a simple shaman. Some nations have no choice, and you have to do that, but I have the choice, so I'm not. What I want to start thinking about now also, it looks like our initial expansion is going to go well. Our next party is going to hopefully take this one out. We need to think about where we want to plop another fort. Oh, a water throne. Ick. We're going to struggle with that. That would have to be undead to get down there, probably. So maybe we throne here. Lots of spots nearby. Population's above 10,000. I'm loving the increased pop in early age. Otherwise, where else would we want to go? Here? It's not terrible pop. Not really any major strategic advantage on either of those spots either. In this direction, this might be interesting. 13,000. Yeah. So that one, or that one, or that one are all interesting to me for forting. I would love to get an early fort started. Our money's not terrible. What was our new guy? Double Earth, okay. I think we're going to keep on with those for now. Let's get... How many have sitting here? I'm going to need more. Okay. I do want to send out these human parties with some warrior maidens. I do feel like our archers are good enough to warrant it. Let's go ahead and nab just a turn of those, and then we'll get some more forest warriors. I don't think we're going to be able to head out next turn, though. I think I'm going to take one extra turn of recruitment. I would rather be a little bit slower and successful than fast and fail. All right, what do we have? Lion Tribe Archers, Lion Tribe Warriors. That is not a problem. What is somewhat of a problem is our Dominion didn't go there, though. I wonder if there's a Buddha or something here with Heretic that's slowing that up. Yeah, okay. Let's... What was the numbers here? 70? I'm fine with that. They're going to have spears. I'm not too worried. What I am worried about is, like, big two-handed weapons. Like, those are things that are big enough that, like, a good hit could give us an affliction. I'm less worried about these little things. This scout, let's see. We're going to have a new scout pop out here next turn, so let's not go that way. Let's, I guess, have to backtrack for now, but we'll check these areas just quick. I do want to get some site searching started, too, but I feel like the research is more important right now. Remember to change shape. Double check and see. Did we get anything new here? We could do skeletal body. I don't think that stacks when we already have pierce resist. But let's throw one on there. We'll check it. Now's the time to check when we're going into an easy fight, not something that's gonna make me very sad. Oh, and we picked up blurred body. Okay, very nice. Our defense isn't very good, so I don't know how much difference that's going to make. In fact, we'll do that one first, and then we'll cast Skeletal Body, then we'll change shape, and then we'll hold or fire if we get one. Yeah, okay. Happy enough with that. Move up there. So our research now, we're heading to Alt 2. We're 5-ish turns out with the recruits that we're going to get. And just to double check. Okay, so yeah, we did not get any personal buffs for Earth out of that one. All right, our recruitment's good there. Our recruitment's good here. Recruitment's good here. Oh, here's another one. Up here, I am going to grab... We're going to need somebody to kind of gather up troops, so we will grab another commander. And we can get Forest Warriors here. It's very laborious to move troops around when you're doing these off-fort recruitments, but I feel like you need every advantage you can take when you're trying to expand with humans. And we get decent troops. Like, these are the troops I would build anyways. Like, these aren't junky militia or something I'm building out in the wild. But even then, it can be worth it. More troops, better, is the long short of that. Okay, so up here... We're still not seeing any enemy domain, so I like that. Still got some room. We're not going to expand into 130 long dead with our junky little group. Bone Tribe, oh, I'm traumatized by Bone Tribe and from my Yomi game. These guys rip. Like, respect the Bone Tribe. Don't think we're going to do them with what we've got. We could try Barbarians. Like, this is probably lowballing how many are here, but we have a lot of range. So if we thinned out their numbers enough on the initial run-in, we might break their morale. Alternatively, Bakemono. I could maybe do them. These guys are super interesting, by the way, because they're still size 2. So if you're running size 4 troops, you could have one of these guys filter in behind and fill in an extra square. So this is a good find for anyone with size 4 troops. For us, I am not sure we would use them. Not overly sussed about that. And then over here, Militia, Heavy Cav, and Light Cav. Huh. I'd like to attack here, so next turn I can come down one more. I don't know if we can take Heavy Cav with what we've got, though. That would be pretty risky. Our alternative would be here. Heavy infantry, militia, and light infantry. I feel like we can take heavy infantry. We're going to take losses. They're going to have shields and decent armor, so they're not going to get as peppered by our archers. But I think I like our odds better there than heavy cav. If this is lowballing and they have like 50 guys here or 60 guys here, that's probably going to be the death of me. So let's go here. Let's also double check our scripts this time. I did not set them in orders. Okay, so I want you guys to hold and fire archers. Yeah. Just thinking about if I wanted to pull back and make the heavies come into me, but I don't want to waste our arrows into the heavy troops if I can help it. So I think I'm going to skip that. All right, we've got okay on what we've rolled so far. I'm happy enough with that. We're looking for a fire 2 and an air 2. We're also going to need to get a shaman pretty soon because I'm going to need to go out and build a temple wherever we decide to fort up. This wouldn't be bad. I'm kind of considering this. It's going to be a while before we can clear anything else in this direction. If I was going to fort something else, it would probably be here, but I don't know what the population is. Where are we at? Turn 4. I'm not late or anything. Our gold's looking really healthy. We haven't been recruiting our big mages, that's why. And our expansion is pretty good. This is turn 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Very happy with that. My rule of thumb, and I think I picked this up from one of the gurus, was turn 12 or end of winter, beginning of spring, you want at least 12 territories and a fort. Started or done, depending on who you're playing. So that's generally my dipstick. If I can get at least that, I'm pretty happy. And against the AI, you're probably winning if you get that amount of expansion. All right, let's go with that. I think I'm happy enough. We're going to scout up here. We're getting some more scouts next turn. Getting some leaders next turn. Let's roll it. All right, lost a crippled troop. It's going to happen sooner or later. We don't have healers. Battle at Impassable Mountain. Let's see how it goes. Hopefully we can pass. All right, so heavy infantry. These are of the spear variety. They only have 11 protection, so that's equal to us, and they call us medium, so that's odd, but okay, so let's say these are medium troops, essentially. I'm not too worried. They do have a good shield, so our archers aren't going to be very good against them. Speed this one up, I think. I always, in general, like watching the combats, just because, but I'm also I need to see lots of combat to get back into Dominions. Yeah, that was nice. One thing that's going on here, so, okay, this square, 3 dudes, 3 attacks. So they try to attack out to one of the squares they're next to. That's standard attack density, essentially. For us, we have 3 dudes doing 2 attacks, so we get 6 attacks out. So if these 2 squares both attack here, they're going to be getting so many attacks that they get the harassment penalty. Yeah, here we go, -1. So we can bring down that high defense. And for our troops, our attack isn't miserable like it was on Agartha, so we will actually hit people once we start harassing them down. So I'm very happy with that. And if the more buffs we could get in here, the better. I really want to get some testing in on the new fire buff. It's fire 2, and I think it's in either thaumaturgy or enchantment. +2 morale, +2 attack. That would be huge for us. Can you imagine if we were running with 13 attack on 2 attacks on just our basic troops? That'd be crazy good. Plus it gives fire a buff spell, which they haven't had a lot of. So that gives some more uses to them, rather than fireballing my own troops. Okay, a little bit of friendly fire here. Speed this along, I just want to watch the friendly fire. A little bit, not misery, but I think that's because they have high precision. All right. The one I always have to gird up. All right, let's check this dude. So, no protection on anything. then he's going to go really slow. Personal luck comes up. Blurred body. Skeletal body. Okay, so he should have pierce resist. So he just has pierce resist. I think when he's in dragon form, it's not going to stack or anything. There's the pierce resist. Maybe I'm thinking of a different pretender. Maybe we don't have that. I need to double check. If we don't have that, then that spell's really nice. Definitely worth the cast. Makes us basically immune to these arrows. Moving in. Gonna breathe? We do breathe. Oh, they broke too soon. The archers didn't get into the poison. It's alright. I got more of those. How much do those cost him? 7 fatigue. That is not bad. Not bad at all. I posted on the Steam forums asking about natural weapons and fatigue, and my question was to do with Olms. So when they hit 50 fatigue, they stop doing their attack, as it says. Then they rest, and they go below 50. But it seems like the AI is committed to meleeing at that point. That makes Olms and other like Mind Blasters infinitely worse. Like, that's absolutely terrible. Because at least archers will stay out of melee for 10 rounds. So I really, really hope that the AI's changed. That they'll, if you're on hold and fire, you'll go till you're tired, and then you'll just rest and fire as you can. Because if not, that's a huge nerf to units that are kind of backbones of their army. I'm thinking like Rayleigh, or whatever you say it, and Agartha really need those Mind Blasters. Okay, before I forget, I do not have Pierce Resist, so we definitely want Skeletal Body. So, good on that. Alright, grab our guys. I think we're gonna grab... Let's see, let's get everyone set up first. Retreat the new scout. New scout is gonna head... Let's see how many lizards are here. We might wait until we hit them with cold, just to make that fight easy. Go ahead and add our... here. How many people did we lose on that one? We lost 4 axe warriors. We're getting pretty thin on that. We're getting pretty thin on that. I might have them come here, and then we could get our reinforcements and then attack here or here. But I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to commit to that. And then up here. So we're not going to get a second expansion party. Like, this is probably a little too light. The neutrals seem to be a little bit harder in Dom 6 than they were in Dom 5. So I don't think, like, in Dom 5, I might have been able to expand with this. It'd have to be a relatively easy province, but I think I could do it. I don't think I could do that in here. So we're just going to play it safe. Down here, we're going to grab... Yep, just axe warriors. Actually, I do think I'm going to grab 2 of these guys because I don't have any bodyguards for my profit, and I feel like the value of bodyguards have greatly increased, so I'm going to grab just a couple just to have them. I'm going to feel rather dumb if I get some random assassination event and I didn't have them on my profit when I could have. Alright, what do we get? We got a smattering, so not what I'm looking for, but he could forge Alquills, so that's fine. I think it might be time... Okay, we can't fort next turn no matter what. We're definitely 2 turns out to being able to start one. We might fort right here. I wish I could see the population. That one's a good one, but I'm a ways out. 1 turn. I guess 2, but nobody else could get here. That's a tough one. Okay, I know I'm going to expand into there. That's a for sure. And of course I'm going to remember to change shape because I don't want to die. I'm totally going to pour one out for my homie when I forget and he dies because he shifts into a dwarf and gets goinked. Okay, I'm just considering if it's time to start getting some big boy mages, but I think I'm going to wait for infrastructure first, but I am going to grab a shaman. Shaman can build temple and a lab, so he'll be the guy who goes out to help build infrastructure when we get there. Okay, over here, we're going to have them on retreat. Put them in the back. Let's actually... Oh, there's somebody. Oh, and of course, somebody we don't want to see. I really hope they don't come south. That's going to be way too close for comfort. Darn, I wish I had been able to grab this, then cut them off. Alright, well, he's going to attack here next turn. He's going to scout that. I'm going to marine here. Just in case they attack here, I could get a really good eye on what their troop is. There's a chance that we might just attack them if they get next to us, and my super combatant god is right next to them. I may make that moonshot. Alright, over here, we need more scouting, obviously, because that was a surprise and it shouldn't have been. And just keep going with force. We'll just put that on repeat for now. I'll get annoyed at some point and turn that off. Grab some more guys to ferry troops around. Not going to repeat that one, though. Over here, same thing. I just love this recruitment. This was so nice. Like, yeah, it's kind of annoying that I have to run around and pick them up. But, I mean, look how many extra troops. I'm probably getting like 20 plus extra troops this turn. That, you know, like I said, they're the troops I would recruit anyways. Like, it's not like they're garbage. Over here, I don't need a commander because we're going to come pick up troops here. So I think I want as many troops as possible this turn, which isn't much there, unfortunately. Over here, yeah, I think we're going to build scouts like I'm in multiplayer and actually scout properly. Get tons and tons of them out. All right, research-wise, we're not even close. Not even close to that, unfortunately. Okay, we still need to do recruitment here. I do feel like I probably need more archers. Archers would help, I think, against Tirnanog. Let me look at their roster. Refresh myself here. So none of these like normal dudes, the Fearbogs, have blur or glamour or anything. So it's not until we hit the higher end stuff. Okay, so this guy right here. Now, unluckily for them, we actually use iron. So their iron weakness actually comes up here. So it will take extra damage when hit by weapons. Not arrows. Okay, good to know. I don't know if I've ever had that really come up, but that's just cool. And these guys also have the glamour. So I'm not super worried about that. It's more of this up here that's worrisome. So we'll see what comes out of that. All right, so this is a leader. He's going to take his one dude. He's going to want to stay here. No, we'll go there. Steven says, EA Agartha is so slow to get rolling. You really don't want to face it after it does, though. Yeah, I don't know if you caught the Agartha game, but yeah, I felt that. I didn't have a very good expansion. My cave was like a donut shape. It wasn't the donut map, but it was like my area was one, and I had like 6 provinces on turn 12. It was pretty bad. Somebody commented, though, on that video, they were going to try a weightless bless for Agartha, and my mind just went phew when I read that. Like, that would be so good, because that would get their sacreds off the ground, so you could Maws of the Earth away and never hit yourself. Like, that'd be really, really good. And it's not like your guys are particularly killy anyways, so having Maws of the Earth where they could hit them would be more valuable, I think, than like a damage bless. So if you're going to do an Agartha game, think about that. That sounds so cool to me. Brave Battle Homes. Yeah, Brave Battle Homes indeed. If only I could give them some armor or something. Yeah, I don't remember the Salt vulnerability. I've seen units with that now. I don't know if that's new or if that came in towards the end of Dom 5's changes, but it seems like genies and spirits tend to have that. I don't know of any unit that starts salty, pun intended, but there's an item you can build where you can like throw salt at them, I guess. salt shells in your shotgun or something. All right, let's go ahead and roll that one. All right, proclamation from Agartha. Two Spine, the ancient lord, shall hereby be known as the prophet of Inu, the divine smith, lord of forgetfulness and oblivion, god of opulent halls. Okay, so that sounds definitely earthy and forgetful death. It's probably death, so not bad, not bad. Okay, we did get to see them do something, so they did come down, so I don't like that one bit. Just peek at how this goes. Okay, so this was the heavy cav that made me nervous. Let's see how they do. They do have the glamour troops, so that's pretty good against the cav. Unfortunately, the light cav didn't get around. If they had been on attack rear, I think they might have won that. Okay. So they didn't do great, they didn't do bad. Let's check ourselves. Just fast forward. You know how the buffs go. So, with the blur, that essentially means we have 12 defense. That actually is okay. I mean, at least we're above base now. Yeah, come on in, guys. Come on in. I don't know if I'm ever going to get tired of that. I do wish they were a little more aggressive with the breath, though. Like, that was a perfect breath opportunity. Even if it was only when he was clear of melee. Yeah, okay. Good, good. Don't need to watch that. All right, we're going to go ahead and get that in. Now the question is, do I just glomp them? I don't think I want to do that until I have a second fort up. If I had a fort up, I think I'd go for it. But because I don't... Can I move there? I can, because I have swimming, right? Yeah. Can I move there if I'm in my other form, though? I can't. I lose swimming. Huh. What do we think's down here? Heavy infantry and heavy cav. No, I don't want to go in there unbuffed. I guess, what buffs would I be losing? What's, Okay, so we couldn't do blurred body or personal luck. I think I'm willing to chance that. So we need to redo our whole script for this one. I probably should have saved that. So we're going to do skeletal body, and then we're going to do hold or fire a whole bunch, and then attack closes. Because I do want to take this turn, and then I can start building a fort. Yeah, we'll grab one of those guys. We're going to have him start coming down here. I think we'll do a second round of... Well, I think that's going to be enough archers, frankly. That many archers, and then we'll move over to forest. Here, just pick up what we got. Yeah, a lot of ferrying troops around already. I probably won't continue doing the all-out recruitment forever, but in the phase that we're at, every body counts. Every man must defend Ulm. Every woman must defend Ulm. Okay, and then we're gonna transfer troops. We're just gonna make him really set. And I don't like how wide that's getting, but I also don't want to go to normal line. I want to take advantage of actually being able to use skirmish formations for once. That's such a rarity. All right, over here, we do have a cave entrance I didn't peek at. We do have a throne there. We may end up having to do that fight. Okay. We definitely could take these guys. Still not seeing any domain over here. This would be viable for a fort here too. I think we're gonna do that. We're gonna go there. Okay. For this battle, you may command the archers because I'm gonna bring you two, and I don't want you running in and dying. We're gonna double fort. We're gonna put one here, and I think we're gonna put one here. So we need to make sure we can afford that. So If we call that 150 out of 800, 650, so we could spend about 100 gold. Okay, I've already queued up things, so I'm just not going to queue anything else up. Treats here. Yeah, I really need to get more scouting out and about. I'm feeling really blind with those guys that came just... I guess they just beeline straight in here. They're probably going to go here and just to annoy me. In fact, actually, could I take them if we bumped? I think I could take that. We're not getting any special protection, particularly for from magic, so their magic weapons don't make a difference. 18 damage is high enough to hurt us, but how long can these guys stay in combat with us with 14 HP while they're getting poisoned? I think we're going to go for the bump. My bloodthirsty multiplayer side is coming out. We can still start a fort over here next turn, so that's not derailed. We couldn't afford to do 2 anyways. If I have to fight the Indies, those are fine. I definitely can take those with my dragon form. We're outside of our domain, though. I don't know. That feels like a risk. It sounds like such a risk. I think we're going to do it. We'll do it for the content, if nothing else. Could just be sad if he dies. I do honestly think he will win, though. I wouldn't do it if I thought it was suicidal. I do think... I know we can take those Indies. I just don't have the frame of reference for these guys yet, but I don't feel like they have any major hitters that are going to, like, give me an affliction. And I didn't see any major magic going off that would scare me. And if they walk into my poison cloud, they're done. Alright, this guy, we need more scouting in this direction. I am going to come off of getting quite so many scouts, though. Because I do want to save up here, since we're going to start in on forting. We're not going to get any research done right now. No, we don't need a warrior chief. That's not what I want. I want a warrior smith. Need the research. Okay, let's roll it. Let's see what we do. Alright. Well, we didn't see their flag, so we know we didn't bounce. That's fine. Yeah, I would have liked the bounce and wiped them out, because I think we would have won that. But I'm okay with them not getting this territory. That means they turn around and go away. Right, let's just speed this up. Breath? Yeah. I'm always really excited when they actually do that. Yeah, the archers came right into that. Yeah, if they hadn't broke... Oh, nice. Double breath. Cool, cool. All right. And this was our expansion party into... What were these? Just normal dudes, I think? Yeah, nothing to write home about. Nothing we haven't beaten already. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Where are you guys going? Now, while I don't want these in melee at all, they're not misery. Like, these are some of my starting ones, so these aren't a good example. Where's one of my... Here. So, we've got 11 defense, so we're not completely helpless. We've got 11 protection, which apparently counts as heavy, according to some people in this time period. So, our armor's not bad, our attack's not bad. We have a short sword. She's not as strong as the male Olm, so regular human strength, but 16 damage is fine, and 11 attack's okay. Versus 12 defense, so we're in the realm. We'll do okay. We'll hold out okay. Hopefully these guys will turn around and come back, though. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, they got 1 kill, 2 maybe? Yeah, get out of here. Get out of here. Wrap around my troops. disrespect. That's what that was. Alright, and we run them down. Cool. Unexpected event. A market was held in the province. Merchants from far and wide gathered, and there's much commerce. 746 gold. Yes, please. Okay, we need to reroute our shaman, because we didn't take that province like we originally planned. We took this one. Down here, we're going to transfer back, and he is going to start Palisades. So starting our Palisades on turn 7. I'm very happy with that. That's totally fine. Could have done a little earlier, but I had solid expansion. I had decent troops. We missed one turn of recruitment, so maybe we could have had another expansion party. We're still only run around 2. But it's solid. Like, we're not going to lose in these fights. That looks suspiciously empty. 60 units of militia, heavy infantry, and archers. I'm wondering if there's not a bunch of glamour mages in there. That happened to me in one of my test games. That being said, because I'm not doing full wrap like I normally play, we've cornered up this world almost, so I'm kind of thinking we're going to go here and here, or at least here and cut off wherever, and we'll just claim all this land. Oh, and speaking of, here's another one of our neighbors. Go scout him over here. Alright, and these guys... Another scout coming up. Send him out. Two on that way. We'll have him go that way. This guy... Let's do these while I'm up here, I guess. It's important to just get info. I just need to know where people are, where thrones are. We've got one underwater, which is going to be very difficult for us to get to. One here, which we can definitely do. So that's 1 throne, 2 thrones. We only know 2 thrones. Oh no, there's that one underground. So 3 thrones that we know we can do. So we need to find out where our 4th victory point's going to be. It's important to know that as soon as you can, so that you can start planning. I was hoping these guys would get cold, so I could just bully them some more, but we'll just have to make do. They don't have shields or anything, so we're going to be pretty good against them. I had forgotten how much I like Ulm's expansion parties. These aren't bad at all. Like, we're really not taking that much attrition, considering what we're fighting. Alright, now down here... I do think I'm going to check that corner just to see what's down there. We have a guy already coming up here, so we'll have that info. Have him go... Oh, impassable, right. No, cut across here. I want to go see where that guy's at. Add our standard defense. Yeah, we definitely could take all of this. I'm actually really happy. We've been able to expand really well with this guy. Let's go back to standard operating procedure, though. And set up here. We didn't get magic, right? Next turn we will. Of course, after I have to redo it, I'll have to redo it again next time. Alright, that's fine. Alright, so we're gonna do... Okay, we're in our human form. Cast specific. We're going to do skeletal body first because arrows could come in early. Then we're going to do blurred body. Then we're going to do personal luck. Then we're going to do... I think that's everything, right? Yeah. Then we're going to change shape. Then we're going to hold and fire. The change shape thing does hurt quite a lot. I mean, that's 20% of my orders that I have to spend on that. So that is definitely a downside to this guy. But I feel like if I didn't have the glamour magic, I probably would just stay in dragon form. But the glamour buffs, which used to be the astral buffs, are so good. Like, I just feel like there's no reason not to use them. The -2 attack is actually pretty relevant. We're fighting a lot of people who have attack 10 or 11, and so having the equivalent of 12 defense makes a difference. All right. I think next turn, if we grab a bunch of melee, we'll be able to send out an expansion party. Let's start fishing for our Death Searcher. Normally what I would do is I'd expand as much as I could with our Pretender, and then he would turn around and start searching for the Death himself. But it feels like we've still got a lot of expansion we can do with him. And I'd rather take the territory than do the search, but I do need to get that moving. That is going to be pretty vital. We built the Pretender to take advantage of that, so not taking advantage of that would be quite a waste. The Death is not doing anything for us otherwise. And as for recruits, we got a pretty bum guy. Just a single fire, unfortunately. We'll have him patrol. Who are you? You are picking up troops, I think? Yeah, just picking up troops. Alright, next turn we need to build a temple or a lab here with him. So we need 600 gold left. So I could spend a little under 300. Let's do that. Definitely want to keep these guys up. I'd like to get this second expansion party moving. If anything we can grab now is important because we're gonna have to go to war for anything else. And the free stuff is way easier than pissing them off and having to fight them the whole time. This place doesn't have any axe throwers, I don't think. Oh no, axe warriors can do it. Never mind. Yeah, we're good. Let's grab another. Oh no, I overspent. Oops, 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 oops. Slow down here. Slow down. Yeah, don't want to make that mistake. Definitely want better roll that back a little further even. I definitely want to make sure I've got enough to do that, plus get some other recruits that are more important. All right, so this guy can't reach there. He could join this fight though. So down here, there's 2 troops. So he could grab those. Okay, he could grab those 2 troops and then he can join this fight and then combine. These guys are moving. Oh, it's just him, right? Yes. And he's going to build the palisade. Alright, I don't think we have anything else to do. How's our research? Up to 34. Maybe I'm just feeling slow. Maybe research is a little slower in Dom 6. I don't know why, because the numbers are the same, but it feels slower. I'm not just 100%. I guess we have inept. Well, no, these guys aren't inept. We are sitting in drain, though. I guess that's maybe the difference here, because we're losing 2, 4, 6, 8. We're losing 8 every single turn, give or take. And that, I mean, that's a whole other researcher, essentially. And then that's compounding every single turn. Yeah, I guess that's about right. Alright, so you are in dwarf form. Okay. Let's roll it. Yeah, I'm sitting in drain 2. I needed points, and I figured, A, it's thematic for Ulm. B, it gives +1 magic resist to our crappy Ulmish resist. Like, if you check... Oops. Check a troop here. For some reason, we have natural resistance of 8. So if you think 10 is normal, we're way below what normal human magic resistance is. So this gives us +1, making us less miserable at it. It's probably not relevant for a comp stomp, but I don't know. Plus, I'm planning on using Undead, so that'll help them hold up to Banish with the extra scale. I'm super excited to try one of the Undead nations and try to get Drain 4. Because that would mean that we would have +2 magic resist. And if you've ever played the Undead nations against people, every little bit of magic resist is just so useful. As they hit you with every anti-undead spell known to man and not man. Oh, and here's turn to knock. Oh, did I turn off my... No, I guess I just don't get that label for some reason. Alright, let's peek, see what they're doing. He's moving up there, he's moving there, moving there. We're here. Let's order up a temple. We can't Well, I guess we could recruit a smith. I was going to say we can't recruit anything without the temple for our researchers, but we could do the... No, they're sacred now because of that change. So, yeah, we need the temple anyways, so get that up first so we get extra candle checks rather than doing the lab first, which wouldn't do anything. All right, let's double check those fights. Don't think there's going to be anything here we really need to zoom in on. What do you got for leaders? All right, nature. I do want to see this. We haven't done a nature mage. I want to see how bad the trees and shrubs are. My Machaka test games, my poor Colossus guy, he just really struggled to kill those. Because by the time they showed up, he was exhausted, and he just couldn't hit them. Okay, that's what I like to see. Yeah, everyone breathe deep. Breathe deep. Okay, here comes the tree. Okay, he just eats it. He just eats it. Cool. All right. By the way, are you guys able to even hear the background music I have running? I'm curious. I'm really struggling on balancing that. When I do recordings, I balance the music separately as a separate track, but I can't do that here. I'd have to do it in my player. And I don't want to change my OBS settings because I have it just set up to record the way I like it. So I did a lot of test records, but I'm not 100% certain I got it where it's somewhat hearable, but not overwhelming. So I'd be curious if anyone has feedback on that. I'm trying to figure out the way YouTube allows me to use the music. So playing silently is not working for me. When you do an 8-hour stream, your voice cannot... You need a few seconds of silence once in a while. But it's not a good viewing experience when it's dead silent. So I'm trying to work on that. Alright, we're going to win this. Interesting enough here, though, maybe we could recruit some Wizard Shaman. It's going to be too cold for us to particularly use them in combat, but I'd love to search for some Astral. Cool. New famous hero. Ludbolds. Alright, what do you do, Ludbolds? You've got Battle Prowess. Increased attack skill. Alright, well, I hope you never have to use it. Mighty is the sword who stays sheathed, or something like that. Since you're my prophet, I don't want you to die. Now, as usual, I get good indies on a province right next to a fort, so I don't want a fort here. But I may end up temple and labbing this, because I am very interested in those shaman. Alright, next expansion. I do feel like I need to come up here and cut him off, so I think we are going to do that. He was going to grab reinforcements. We'll just put him over here. We'll have them on hold and fire closest. Yeah, and he's just going to join this fight, and then he can transfer the troops that way. That. Apparently I didn't move one of my scouts over here. Let's send him over to that throne that we're questioning. And we'll just keep chomping down the coast here. Another... Ooh. Okay, this one's not only not our domain, it's got enemy domain. So either we have a water nation? I thought I put random land, but maybe I didn't. Or that's spilled out from somewhere. I have seen that the random generator on the true random, which I used, is much more willing to make actual islands. So maybe there's an island sitting up there that I can't see. Or that's coming from the caves. That could be very likely. I wonder if there's a Bulbas down there. Don't like that. If that's the case, then I'm definitely going to want to make sure I've got whatever's around here well defended. Alright, well, this guy head up. I'm actually surprised how easy these indies are. Like, this one and that heavy cav are the only two that really gave me pause. All the rest of them I was pretty willing just to roll over. Okay, let's check our recruitment. Alright, so we don't have him till next turn. when we're fighting against actual armies, the axes are still good, but I'm much more interested in our slightly heavier troop. This guy. The broadsword and the axe, I feel like, are a good combo. He's got the cold resist, which would help him. Let's compare that. So 20 and 20 at 10 attack. Yeah, he only ends up with 1, slightly less damage, slightly more attack. I guess that's kind of a wash. 10 defense, 13 protection. Way less defense there. I guess that's the difference. And for a frontline troop, you do want that defense. So that is probably why you'd want to use him. Still has the 2 attacks, though, importantly enough. Do I want to switch over? I think we have enough expansion left to do that I'm not going to switch yet. And let's pull those back a little bit. I'm going to grab just a couple of these guys for bodyguard duty. Not warriors. Forest warriors. Okay. And then over here, we're building the palisade. We're building the temple. Yeah, let's roll it. I'm happy this one's going well. I did several expansion tests, and a couple of my I flubbed pretty badly. But I had way harder indies, so maybe I just got streamer pity here that I got decent stuff. Research and conjurations complete. Well, we finished our alteration. I didn't notice. We did, yeah. Shoot. Okay, well, we got to change our script. All right, let's check our events. Sloth +2. I don't care. We'll fix that sooner or later. Children are disappearing at night. Strange creatures stalk. Okay, where is this? Okay, we need to remember that. We probably need something to come over here and patrol that. There's something going on. All right, let's throw that out there. We did take it. Can we see anything below it? We can. It's a Gartha. Hey, guys. How you doing? You built a temple right below me. I don't like that particularly, to be honest. All right, let's go in here and let's fix our script now. We're going to be way more powerful for our scripting. So let's just wipe out what we got and start from scratch. All right, first thing we want is going to be personal stone skin. So that's going to give us an additional 3. So that'll put us at 29, I believe. Way safer. Way safer. I'm actually shocked. None of our battles have been us sitting there getting chip damage, praying they break, which I have a lot in my test games, so very happy with that. Okay, once we've done that, I think we're going to skeletal body in case arrows are coming in. And then we're going to blurred body to lower the attack. And then mirror image, and then we're out of script because we have to change shape. So we're starting to hit the end here, because once I get summon earth power, I'm going to do that. So we would drop probably blurred body. I'm not 100% certain whether blurred body or mirror image is better. I'd have to think about that. Probably blurred body is better, because with only 2 images, those will pop sooner or later. I don't know. Interested in what people's opinions on that are, but one of those 2 will drop because earth power is that good for us. We definitely do not want to fatigue out. Oh, and just in time too, because 70 barbarians. Ooh. All right. I'm feeling okay. If we didn't have that buff, I would feel much less okay with this. I think we're going to be fine. He is notably slow enough that he really doesn't retreat a lot. If he loses a fight, he probably is going to die. I also have this thing in the way. Shoot, maybe I should grab this first. Yeah, let's grab that first. Because if I attack here, I'm going to want to keep going. And I'd rather get my turnaround done up here quicker. All right, you build lab. Now we're going to be talking. Oh, nice. Amazons. I didn't notice that before. Okay, so maybe fort here. Those are so nice. Which, I guess I can't check yet. And more up here, too. Interesting. I don't know if it was a purposeful change or not, but I feel like there's more of the more interesting indies on maps too. Like we're seeing here, like that's interesting, that's interesting, that's interesting. I haven't really explored enough up the other direction yet, but I mean, seems to be more. All right, and here is Vanheim. So we have found their base of operations. Check that way. Seems to only be one unit. Yeah, I don't believe that for a second. They're probably sitting a bunch of glamored troops in there. Go ahead and move out that way. Yep, where is everybody? I guess we have two underground. So hopefully they'll lock each other, right? Because we had Agartha and Zabulba, right? So who haven't we found yet? We haven't found Satis. Oh, no, yes we did. That's not Tirnanog. All right, so Satis is sitting over here on a lot of territory. Because these guys, their one expansion party literally beelined my capital. That's cute. That's real cute. Yeah, good coincidence there, buddy. The AI is stream sniping me. That's what's going on with that, I'm sure. All right. With this guy, I guess we'll go here. 50 barbarians. We should be able to take that with this army. We've got 35, and we'll definitely thin out the herd on the way in. And our troop mover needs to come home? Or am I going to build another fort over here? I might be building a fort here in the very near future. So maybe we wait. So he can just patrol. And we'll recruit up some units. No, because it's not Forest or Mountain. So this is what you'd normally get a lot of places. And these troops are much less interesting to me. A little more protection, a little more defense. They're weak. Yeah, we're not interested. 10 HP, 10 strength. This is a bog standard human right here. Not interested. Not interested. All right, this guy. I guess let's have him go there, and we'll reroute this guy up that way. Okay, so we're attacking here. We are building here. Recruitment. Oh, what did we actually get? Triple Earth. This guy's a great caster. He's not the death caster I want, but I might even send him out and have him start searching. I guess we don't have anything to spend yet, but that being said, there's no reason not to start stockpiling gems. We have a nice route we could search to. I wish he had rolled death. This is a lot of money to send out site searching. He cost me 156 gold a year. It's a lot of money to have him sit here research too, to be honest. You really want these guys to be fighting. And once we have summon Earth Power and then like one other spell, I probably will send some guys out to start augmenting our forces. But the buff magic will really make our troops last a lot longer, because we really don't have an in-game spell, right? Like Earthquake on our Pretender, I guess. I don't know what else we would really do there. So the strength of Steel has to see us through, and that Steel will be stronger with some buffs. Yeah, there's so much stuff at Earth 3. Earth 2, really, once you get Earth 2, because you have such easy access to Earth Power, really makes Earth one of my favorite. Earth is probably my favorite path, just because of how straightforward it is. It's very Earth-like. I think we are going to search with this guy. Let's set him up for a retreat and just pray nothing happens to him. We have some bodyguards here. Yeah. 2 bodyguards for him. A lot of money I'm sending out and about, so I don't mind investing a little bit more. Let's keep fishing. We're fishing for that death guy now. I think we're at that point. And I think we're also at the point where I need to hold off on some troops, because I'm going to be wanting to queue up another fortress. Let's set this guy up for combat just in case he gets caught somewhere or something. Hold and fire closest. Sparse line. Gotta remember to do that on these always. Hold and fire the archers. And stay behind troops. Put them over here. Just while I'm here, I'm gonna just throw everyone on cast. Just in case. There seems to be a lot more random assassination events. So, if you haven't seen them, it's really cool. They have like tavern maps and graveyard maps. It's not just like a standard battle map for fighting. They're pretty interesting. I got assassination attempted by like a group of spiders in a bar, and so there were like bar patrons that were helping me fight. It was pretty cool. I quite enjoyed that. Okay, so he's going there. He's going to search. He picked up extra reinforcements. If I started running here, I could get there in plenty of time to help. That would make me a lot less nervous about that fight. I think we're going to do that. Our snow move coming in clutch here, by the way, that we're able to double move. For anyone who doesn't know, in preferences, you have to turn on multi-turn movement if you want to have it where I'm going to move here and then they're going to move there. By default, you would not be able to do this. Matters less when you're just playing like by yourself, but when you're playing one turn a day, it helps you remember like, okay, why am I moving these troops here? So, it can be super important. We're just going to move here, though, because we're going to have to wait for our guy. Actually, how many turns is it going to take him? 1 turn here. 2 turns, 3 turns. If I took these guys, could I do an expansion in 3 turns? 1 turn, 2 turns, and then... what's the hotkey for that? Can't remember. There's a way to do it. More than 3 turns, though, is what that tells me. So I'm not going to be able to expand with him. I guess we could try these guys with them. Yeah, we'll do that. I'll be happy enough with that. Anything we can do. We're getting to that point where we want to be transitioning from expansion into major fort building, mage buildup, and then picking a target. And I'm really torn between these two. I hate these guys. I'd love to get rid of them. They're also closer. But these guys are uncomfortably close to my capital. If I was in a multiplayer game, I would tell them no. Like, these are mine. You cannot come this close to my capital. And I would just attack. That's just asking for some shenanigans having somebody that close. And our research. Okay, a couple more turns. I am really looking forward to multiplayer. I think I'm going to try to get in some. I may or may not record them. I'm definitely not good enough to like show people strategies or anything, but I've always enjoyed Dominion's content. There's so little of it. I think at one point years ago, I'd watched like literally everything on YouTube. If it was a Dominion's video, I've watched it. I'm not quite that up to date anymore, but yeah. So definitely would like to do that. It's a game that really shines in multiplayer. So all right, let's check what we got going on here. Check our new script, make sure everything's working. Okay, where is he? Hiding in the bush. I don't know why I find that so funny. I guess that actually helps though, because if they fire an arrow at this space, if we're in the same space as the bush, there's a chance that the bush gets hit instead of us. That's pretty funny. Oh, and here comes the cav. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, phew. Oh, that could have been really bad. What did we get? Never healing wound and weakened. Oh, it's the end of his career. He's never gonna go pro now. Oh man. Oh, that was a miss. That was a misscript. I wasn't paying attention to my target. I was only paying attention to the spells. I am lucky he didn't just die. In fact, let's watch that again and see how little HP he had there. He had to have been at nothing. 30 HP is what he has. All right, let's see what he gets down to here. Okay, he gets hit like 3 times. 1 HP. 1 HP. What an absolute... Good thing he cast personal luck a lot before. Maybe it rubbed off on him. Wow. Okay, well. Really here, though, the strength penalty and the HP penalty, I guess, doubled up. He's at minus 40%. I think his career is over as an expander. We'll see. That was a big flub. I didn't double check our target. I looked at the map and saw light infantry and didn't check. That's how shaky this House of Cards is, unfortunately. When he's in that human form, he doesn't have that high protection either, so we're lucky that they only hit him for what they hit him, like 29 damage. With all those lances. Whew. That wasn't even the risky fight either. Man, it's getting sloppy. Getting sloppy. It's only 2 hours in, and normally it's about hour 3 that I start getting really sloppy. Alright, well this fight's going to go better, because we're going to thin out all those barbarians before they hit. And our line was just long enough. Yeah, we're going to mulch these guys. Yep. Nice. Alright, well that makes me feel a little bit better. Unexpected event. Okay, we were dealing with this one on Garth a whole bunch. We're going to need somebody to come over here and start checking that. In fact, actually, let's just... well, we're going to have some money things to do this turn. Alright, buddy. What are you at with all these wounds? 158. That's fine. He's not killing things with his strength anyways. He's doing it via poison. That's fine. We're going to keep going. But that really makes me... This was the one I was actually worried about. We're definitely not going to solo expand that. We're going to wait for our troops. We're going to have to be really careful that we don't self-kill our troops, though. Yeah. Alright, change shape. I'm hesitating because I'm wondering if I should just retire him. I'm going to think about that for a minute. Alright, over here, though... Oh, do we not? Oh, we need our building up before we can recruit. We are 2 months out still. So let's do a quick search just to see. Over here... What was he doing? We were considering we were going to fort. And over here... Oh, hey! Farmland with... I think those are Hoburgs. Hoburg crossbowmen. Huh. Okay. Okay. 50 of them. Can I take 50 of those? I'm not certain if we can or not. I want that, though. I want that real bad. I don't think the AI can get in there. I think we have too few troops. So... Oh, but Pegasus Riders, too. Oh. I'm not sure we could take that army, either. This expansion might need to turn around and get some more reinforcements. Alright, so here is also a possibility. So where do I want to fort? I'd like it here because I'd like to get Amazons. I'd like it here because the Hoburgs are super interesting to me. Which, if I did one here, I could fort here, and I wouldn't be stepping on my own toes. This also has strategic value because they can't get over these mountains. They have to come in through here or through here. Yeah, I think I am going to just plop. Get started on a second fort. Then the question arises, though, what do we do here? A turn or two of recruitment? How many guys could I get? Not many. Not many. How about down here? How many could I get? Oh, they don't have the good ones. Yeah, I'm not going to be greedy. Our expansion is going fine. We don't have to play risky. Let's come down here and we'll continue expanding further south. Whew, boy, that... Who says that Dominions isn't an action-packed game? That'll get your heart racing. I still haven't decided what I want to do here. The problem with this guy is, current situation aside, if you try to expand with him plus normal troops, you end up poisoning your own troops. Like, there's a higher than 50% chance that even if I'm very careful in my scripting and he like attacks rear or something, then my troops chase somebody into his poison aura and I kill everybody. And that's just dumb. Like, there's no reason for me to do that. Now, he could sit in the back and cast spells as a dwarf form, but now we're down to 10 HP because of all of our wounds and 11 protection. So I don't think he's going to do that either. You know, for once in my life, I'm not going to go with the greedy option. We're going home. We're retiring. Looking at picking up an RV so we can go south. And he's going to help research, which we need. He could... Maybe let's... we'll still get Earth 2, because that's going to be good for our combat casters. But then we'll grab Construction 1, and maybe even 3. And he can start doing some work over there, you know. Retirement. He earned it. Okay, and I think this guy's just going to chill here. You generally don't get caught if you're hanging out in throne provinces. Like, they don't patrol you out. So if you have one next to an enemy, it's a great place just to sit and watch them. No chances I'll get caught. Or very low. I shouldn't say no chance. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I don't remember ever being caught. And for this guy, I still need some more coverage up here. I think I am just going to sit on Tiernanog. Let's just see how long he lasts. Let's pull in a couple more scouts. We need more coverage up this direction. We'll find... I'm not seeing any heat up here. So Satis didn't take heat scales, which I definitely would not do. I would take the heat scales. Maybe for late age Satis when you're running undead I wouldn't. But otherwise, the cold is just... They did nerf it. It's not like as crippling as it used to be, but it still sucks. Like, why would you fight in it if you don't have to? Alright, over here, we're going to need a commander. Well, our resources are very low right there. That's where I need to patrol, though. There and there both have something going on. Did we get a new antler yet? No, he hasn't come out. That's where all my money's going, though. What is your patrol strength? 1.3 versus a forest warrior. 1.1. Okay, so the archers, because of their precision, are better. So we are going to get a round or two of those, and we will find somebody... Find a commander somewhere, recruit another commander to do some patrolling over there. Well, you know, he put in his time. He earned it. Like, he's not giving up the whole thing. Like, he still golfs on, like, Thursday afternoon. Like, he will go sit on the thrones, but other mortals are going to have to do the work now. He's not going to be doing it himself. He's got tenure at this point. And by tenure, I mean he has 10 HP. So, 10 HP in a poison cloud that will kill my own troops, so... That is the downside. Like, I think this was a good representation of how well he can expand in the right circumstances, but also how very quickly it can go sideways. Very quickly. And because of that poison aura, he doesn't mix well with our troops. Like, if he didn't have that poison aura, if he is a regular dragon and this happened, I could still have him go with the troops, and he could at least cast spells, but I don't want to do that. I'm just going to kill myself. I know I'm going to kill myself with that poison cloud. Alright, Conj. Okay, and sadly, he was looking forward to that Earth power so much, too. Poor guy. He was really looking forward to that. Okay. We found Mineral Cave. Okay. And we found... Okay, so Mineral Cave is Earth Crystals, extra resources, so now we got plenty of resources in our capital. And down here, we found a Mineral Cave for some extra Earth. So one thing I probably need to do is, I don't know the Earth summons beyond, like, ogres particularly well. We're definitely going to want to find something that we want. Like, maybe we just do Earth Elemental spam. I know they're a little bit nerfed, but maybe that's what we spend our gems on. Trolls doesn't get us a troll leader. We would need Troll King. We'd be all the way up at 6. That's not bad. Those are decent casters. We also could go for Alteration. Has Earth spells that need lots of gems. Like, we could totally do... This is enemy, right? Yeah, we could totally do that. We could totally do Curse of Stones. Those are pretty expensive, but good spells. We actually might be able to even pull off Blight on this nation. Suck their gold out. Okay, so I don't think we're quite at the point where our casters are ready to help fight. So what would we need to get them? Strength of Giants would be really good. Envenom Arrows would be useful. So Enchantment kind of looks like where we would want. Alternatively, I guess we could go with defensive buffing, and that would just be some more Alteration. So if we went to Alt 3... No, that doesn't give us any of the AoE ones. We'd have to go all the way to 4. I feel like we want something before 4. Let's go Construction 3. See what boosters are there. I could check, but that's fine. We could kit some people out with some stuff. And then we'll think about that some more, I think. Oh, and there's our death guy. Okay. What did I send him out with? 3 Earth, 2 Nature. I don't think 3 Earth is worth the amount of money I'm spending versus 2 Earth and searching. So we're gonna change that up. Fortunately, this guy's... Well, no. Leave him here. Put it on retreat. Go to the back. Go there. You leave your bodyguards. We're gonna switch. I think, however, I am not going to have this guy sit at home and research. Like I said, he's too expensive for that. Do you have anything you can cast in combat? Because I want to put you into my combat group. What could you do? Tangle Vines? I mean, that's not miserable. Tangle Vines is nice because we have so many ranged attacks that if somebody holds still, we'll just grease them. He can Eagle Eyes it too. He could Armor of Achilles. Not great, but he could do it. He could Flying Shard. Yeah, okay. Not ideal, but I do think I am going to have him fight. So we're going to leave him on retreat, though, until he arrives at the fort, or at the fighting. So we'll move him here. I also forgot to put PD here. Can this force take these guys? Militia, archers, heavy infantry. 90 of them. I think we can. 1-to-1, Olmish Might is worth far more than these pitiful weaklings that are down there. They were probably laughing when we got wounded. We'll show them. Alright, I'm kind of thinking I'm going to have this scout go underground. I don't really need to sit on this throne. I'm not seeing whatever else is here. So it's obviously either hidden or not there. So let's have him do that, and we'll start looking around down there. Make sure we don't have any surprises. In fact, speaking of surprises, let's up the PD here. I know it's nothing, but the AI tends to be a little more skittish with more PD. Our borders are starting to ferment a little bit. I think we're going to get this and everything south. Up here, I want this at least. I would prefer to get this. Because if I have this one, then I'm pretty defended. Like, their only real way into me would be here. No, would be, yeah, here or here. So this would probably be my first war. And since they're so dang stealthy, I'd prefer just to blitz in there and just wipe them out. Yeah, there are a ton of cave entrances. Like some reason they all rolled down here. I put it on random cave, and it looks like they. Well, no, that's not. That's a bush. Yeah, it seems like all the cave entrances are down there. So if the underworld decides to spill out, it will be me who gets attacked. So hopefully Agartha and Zavolba stay locked in a death match for the entire game. I would be A-okay with that. Alright, these are extra scouts that are just going to post up on our borders, essentially, and watch for surprises. Okay, this guy should be the northern one. So let's put him over there. Let's not put him on retreat, but I do want one, or repeat, but I do want one more. Ditto down here. Good scouting is so valuable. Like, one of the bad habits I think single player puts me in is I stop getting enough scouts. Like, you just never have enough scouts. If you think you have enough scouts, double it. You want to be knowing everything, because we don't know anybody's bless. We don't know anybody's god chassis. We don't know where anyone's doom stack is. We don't know how good their expansion was. So we are sitting pretty blind right now, and it's not a good place to be. There's Satis. Okay, so we finally found them. They have one. Okay, so they did have a little bit of heat. Maybe their heat 1 is their natural scale. What are we? Late winter, so yeah, we'd be warming up. Let's just hop into Satis, see what he's got. And you're going to stay there, hopefully not get caught. Alright, he did his searching. So next I would want to go where I'm going to build. I think here's where we're building, yeah. Go start building stuff over there. Just going to do a quick PD check. Okay, Mighty Pillars. Oh, that's the one we just took, okay. We didn't watch that fight. Let's just check, see what happened. I don't think we watched this one, at least. No, we don't even need to watch that. They got slaughtered, I can tell you. Yeah, lost 2. These guys are expanding great. I'm very happy with this. Alright, we did find some magic sites. Nope, we already looked at those. Oof. Okay, this turn must be so long I'm forgetting things. Okay, we're switching out for the death guy to do searching. He's coming home to do research. These guys, what are they gonna do? They were moving and redeploying down south because I couldn't take those other fights. Right? Because you didn't have nearly as many troops. No, you don't. Okay, we'll take the easy fight first. As much as I'd like to take these Amazons right now, I don't think we can do it. In fact, I need to get this scout. Like, checking some of these. This army's right at the cusp of not being powerful enough to keep going. I need to get some reinforcements coming. Yeah, that'll leave us enough to build next turn. Okay, the dormant pretender gods are awakening, so in spring 1, essentially. Hopefully, I don't think that's really going to change anything for us. I think our borders are basically established. Let's check our 2 fights. So this was an easy one, I think. Should be just randoms. Yep. Yeah, perfectly fine. Check this one. This one was a little more iffy, but we have a much bigger army. Now, unfortunately, they were shooting here. I would much prefer if they'd been taking their shots over here right away. We will win archery duels, so I want to take those if I can. Okay. Don't like this. I don't like this at all. We are definitely going to lose archers here. Okay, so in this case, it would have been better to not have the skirmish line. I was too wide, so it drew these guys over. Now this is the... No, this is not the original army, so these are all the good archers too. I was going to say, like, the bad ones will die first, but... No, these are all good ones. Okay, well, that is what that is. Lesson learned on that. How many do we lose? Oh, not that many. 5. I mean, I'd prefer to lose 0, but that's totally acceptable. Awesome. People are being sacrificed in the woods in Ulm? Blood sacrifices in my domain? Don't like that one bit. We got something going on up here. We got all kinds of really icky things happening that we have not found. Alright, and okay, we don't have the new guy. We can do another round of recruiting. I think we need, as we just saw, our front line needs to get wider. More front line. We haven't got any construction yet, right? No. So with him coming home, that's 26 research compared to the 9 our other guys are doing. So almost doubled our research by coming home. We definitely prioritized expansion over research, so that is what that is. All right. Our death guy gets his retinue, and he has to research this spot, unfortunately, but we need to check for death. New scouts. Send him, he'll probably be a throne sitter. This one, treats. And he can go... I think we're going to have decent coverage over there. I think I'm going to add some more over here since they're sort of being stealthy. I guess both of them are. Alright, and on these ones... I think we're going to have one of them sit here. And we're going to have this one sit on the throne, watch Satis. I'm less worried about Satis. They're not going to be who I fight. They're just too far away. So ideally, they'll attack one of the other AIs. All right. And over here, okay, we do have our caster ready to go. And the first level of our palisade finished. So let's go ahead and immediately upgrade to a fortress. Attack in here, attack in here. All right, let's set him up for cast spells. Let's see what we got. I know it's not going to be the best, but I don't want to have this much money sitting at home. It's just not worth it. I'm only was recruiting those guys this early because I really, really wanted to start death searching, and these are my best chance to get started on that. I guess we could have our god do it. Probably should have searched my way home. I was too scared. Remote site searching with him might also be viable. Alright, so he's going to bless himself. And then we need some form of defense, so bark skin. And then I think we do eagle eyes for the precision buff. And then I really don't care. He can do whatever he wants. And he's going to go right here. And this was the army we got wrapped last time, so we need to take them down to just a line formation, so we don't drag people trying to attack rear into us. That should be better. Hopefully this caster will be worth something. Like, I don't know. He's got to pull his weight a little bit. Otherwise, if none of those spells are worthwhile, then I might as well have him research, I suppose, even if I don't like the option. And once this one finishes, I do not want to repeat that. We got what we wanted for now. All right, we can't quite afford this turn, so we're going to do a quick search. What do we got? Heavy cav, light cav, and militia. We're just starting to look real thin. I don't think we can do that. Where are we going to get reinforcements from? If I was to move there... Okay, only 2 turns. I really like that snow move. That really makes a big difference. We're going to do that. So he's going to come down here. Let's get... We need a little of both, I suppose. So let's say 10 archers, and then the rest forest warriors. And we'll get a couple turns, so we'll get some more forest warriors after that. Alright, let's roll it. Search for magic sites, didn't find any. Search for magic sites, didn't find any new ones. Move up. Alright, and finish searching that. I think we'll sit here. Alright, underground, what we're looking for is capitals mainly. Although it'd be good to know how many thrones. I guess we know there's only one throne down here. So if we had to, that would not be the entrance we want. We'd want to use this entrance right here. So I think that's this one. Yeah, this is the one we want to use. All right. Plenty of money this turn, so this is going to be start the infrastructure. Not feeling like this is a dangerous move. Haven't seen any of these troops around. They seem to be expanding up here now. Alright, so this is claiming there's only 30 guys, so that should be super doable. Don't like that he has a place here. What the heck? Is he sitting in... Did he hire some water guys? Is he out in the water? Huh. I do not care for that in the slightest. Alright, this guy was picking up reinforcements. These were originally going to go patrol, but I think I'm going to send them out to expand. Where would I go? Don't think they could take that. I don't know if they could take that. We could definitely take this. We could group up for that. Yeah, I think we need to group up. So let's go ahead and get them set. So, line formation. Hold and fire closest. Sparse line, it's a little too long. There are hotkeys for this. I don't have them memorized yet, but you should. I should. I don't have enough brain power when I'm streaming to also remember hotkeys, at least the ones that aren't ingrained yet. But they're worth your time. You'll save so much time setting up orders if you can remember those. Alright, we'll move there for now. Oh, we did take this one. Let's see how that battle went. I forgot about that. See if he's worth his salt. Yeah, I almost forgot. I'm not expecting a loss here. It's just a matter of how much it cost. And what I really want to see is that caster able to do something? He's way overpathed for what we're going to have him casting. Oh, I think I had him sneak. Shoot. Okay, well, no caster here to test. Alright. How many guys will we lose here? Okay, good. One group already retreating. That's what we want. Okay, that is not good. That front line is getting thin. We've got spillage already. Okay, good. More routes. Alright, get this last leader. Okay. I mean, I'd love to get through here without losses, but you're going to take losses. Like, it's inevitable. And the front line's the front line. They've got 9 defense. That's because he's experienced. They're going to start with 8. And 13 protection. Not going to save you against a barbarian. Yeah. So, happy with the results there. We lost 30. So, rough, but acceptable. I am willing to sacrifice those lives. Got some earth chimps. He did sneak. Yeah, I was warning earlier in the stream about that. You gotta be very careful when you're moving sneaky guys. When you're expecting them to enter into fights. This forest actually has really good population. I think I'm going to fort that. We'll grab a guy right there. And we'll grab another shaman to come help fort that. Alright, well these guys are going to need reinforcements also. So they're going to have to move in here. So that means that these... Where's my other guys? These guys are not going to be able to get reinforcements from that fort. I think they're just going to have to mold into that second army up here. Third army. That's fine. Doesn't matter on that. And this guy... Were you not? Oh, whoops. I almost canceled that. Yeah, oops. Do not cancel your forts. If anyone doesn't know, you can actually... Like, if I had a different hero here... or a different commander, I could have him stop building, and I could have the other guy take over. So sometimes that's really relevant when you don't want to be wasting like a expensive commander building a fort, but you needed him to start it. All right, for recruit, we stopped getting the big guy for now. We're not quite ready. Oh, we got another death one though. I gotta make a decision here. Do I want to just search with these guys because I've got them now, or should my god switch over to searching? The difference between Death 1 and Death 3 is probably going to be a site or two. I am risking my god, though. A lot of those death sites really like to do assassination attempts. Yeah, I think I've already talked myself out of it. We're not gonna just have him die for no reason. Let's put a couple bodyguards, and we'll put him in the back, and we're going to send this guy out a different direction. What we're looking for is death gems. We have not found any, but we have not started searching hardly. And as for him, just out of curiosity, is there a ritual we could cast? Black Servant would give us a good scout, but we're plenty of scouts. We don't need the ogres yet. I would use them for sieging. So I will get some, but not worth my turns right now. Shades, probably ditto. Tapestry of Dreams. Okay, so it just gives me the history of a province. Maybe lets me watch fights. I don't know that one. And we could do Earth Gems into money. I'm a little interested in that. We are planning a lot of infrastructure. So 400 of that will be here. Plus up here I'm going to want to build. So I need 16. I will have enough. So meh. I think the research is probably his most valuable thing right now. And I think we do want to push up that construction and maybe get some boosters in here. I gotta remember the hotkey for this. So if we go here, we go forge magic items. What are the hotkeys? I need to view all. Toggle monthly, view all, Control A. That's what I need. Okay, this is so much nicer. I don't think you could do this in Dom 5. If somebody corrects me and I'm wrong about that, then I feel like a complete idiot because I don't believe that was the case. I don't mind using the inspector, but I really was hoping that the amount of information the inspector gives would be in-game. But it is not, so this is what we have to use. What we are looking for are boosters to research. They're all going to be down here. So okay, so Alquill. This is lesser magic items, so this is going to be level 3. What do we want? Fire and Jar, good. Alquill, good. We could get underwater with like a thug or something with Amulet of Breathing. That would be difficult to go down, take a throne down there. Bracers are good. Woundfind would have been nice earlier. Looking for research bonuses. Imp Familiar, but we don't have blood. Okay, so only Alquills, and we currently don't have any air income. If we go up to greater magic items, yeah, Skull Mentor is what we would want. That would be most of our death gems. We have not got many yet. There's a lot of other things here we would want, though. A lot of other things up here I think would be useful. In addition to just the weapons and armor. And then Lightless Lantern, we'd have to go up to very powerful magic items. That might be a bridge too far for the time being. Okay, so I think we are going to stop at construction 3. We'll build the alcohols we can build, and then we'll reevaluate. So I just want to have something in queue here. Let's get the enchantment. Then we could at least do some reanimating if we need to. We'll do... Where's that fire buff I keep talking about? Oh, that's not enchantment, though. Weapons of sharpness would be great for us. Those used to be in construction, so... A little bit of a nerf to Ulm, because you used to be able to get your construction up and have some useful buffs. These are still really good, though. Plus, we also need to keep in mind we have good nature mages. So if there's something in here interesting that's nature, which I guess we could poison our arrows. That'd be fine. Heal, probably not going to get too much use. Better access to arrows. Twiceborn. I think having Skelly spam for our leader might be good. Revenants, we could summon in some more research. We could do it that way. Yeah, let's go with Enchant 3, at least for now. We'll reevaluate later. Okay, so nobody needs orders at the moment. Our recruitment needs to be set up. Okay, so our reinforcements are moving out. Do we have an air guy? We didn't get a good one, but we got a low one. Let's continue in on the smiths for now. Yeah, I would really like a double air. And down here, do we have anybody? He's moving out, so we're just recruiting from scratch. So I was going to do patrols with these before I kind of got sidetracked and needing to reinforce different armies. Down here, we are recruiting. Yeah, you're right. I could do a lot of bears. I mean, what would we use them for right now, though? I mean, they would just be blobs of HP, right? If I was going to siege, the ogres would be better. They're not bad when they're buffed, but I don't have my buffs yet. As an emergency, though. They also would be a good way to make the AI throw spells at them. That's always handy. Okay, so we are building our palisade, building our temple, building our fortress, and we're recruiting a commander down here, and we're going to start another fortress next turn. So that's 1,000 gold. So we need to have 1,600 gold. So we need 1,500. I need to lower my recruitment just a little bit. I want to make sure I can get both of those. Yeah, let's roll that one. Okay, unexpected event, unexpected event. Very quiet this turn. Heat +3. Okay, don't care. Sloth +2. Don't. Epidemic dysentery is spreading. Okay, that's a death site. Where are you at? Okay, we're gonna go check that. Never been so excited for dysentery in my life. Alright, we'll search that up. We'll search that up. This guy's just gonna post up. Ooh, they built a fort here. Okay, they're getting off the ground finally. They were a little slow at the beginning. These are just normal AIs. I'm not upping them yet. The AI definitely feels more competent than it used to be, though. I mean, it's still not ideal, but I think it's definitely good enough to get some entertainment out of the game. Zabulba. Okay, so he is really close. He's right underneath me. Don't like that at all. Alright, down here was where we were going to... Oh, I'm a little bit short. I gotta check recruitment, see if there's anything I can cancel. All right, well, it's most important that we start the palisade. Who could we cancel? I don't have any random... No, I don't think I have any random places that are recruiting anymore. I'd have to cancel this shaman. I might as well finish the shaman. No reason to cancel, because I'll just requeue him next turn. So over here... I haven't searched, so he can search. That's fine. It's not a completely wasted turn. Alright. Reinforcements. Reinforcements. And we will go into... Well... I kind of want to try those Amazons, but I don't feel like these were set up well. If they fly into my back line... My archers are not going to be able to hold them off particularly. Well, maybe. Let's do hold and fire cavalry. Plop him right in the middle, hopefully. Oops. Maybe a little bit more towards the front of that. I think I'm going to split these troops into two, just in case one of these guys gets killed. This is a little dangerous. This is more than a little dangerous. And we'll send two commanders in there. Hold and attack rear is a real thing. And then he's going to finish our fort because I keep interrupting it. Alright, down here, they came in for reinforcements. Alright, well, next turn I'm going to get almost 1,500 gold, so I can afford some more. Let's get a big recruit here. Oh, I say as I don't have any resources, unfortunately. So we'll recruit what we can. They're going to need a turn or two. That's not enough frontline units. I've got too many people behind them. So you guys can patrol and you can search while you're here. Or do I want to research? I think research is more valuable right now. We're going to search that again anyways when we come back around with other guys. Yeah, let's roll that one. I don't know, bro. That dysentery, man. There's a death gem in there. Alright, Conjuration 3, finally. Finally. That's slow coming, that's for sure. That does give me lesser elementals, so we do have an oh crap button if we need it. Scorpion beasts, yeah. We have Phoenix power that could be relevant for a few of our guys. We only have one wind, so none of those are useful. We do have a double water. I think we could do cave crabs. I seem to remember those were okay. Dark knowledge, though. Maybe... That's a lot of investment to do that searching. And we already spent a lot of money to get the guys out. I'm always hemming and hawing about remote searching. I really like Agarthas because they search for all their relevant gems with one spell. I would still have to go around searching for magic sites with other things, but the death guys, who I do want because I want to summon asps with them, could come home and be safe. We do have our Sloth of Bears, like you were talking about. Call of the Wild. I think that's the birds that attack or something. Oh, wolves, okay. Werewolf. It's not bad. We actually could climb to Earth 4 pretty easily once we get our construction. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here. I love it. I'm just really stuck on this dark knowledge. Do I want to spin the death gems and gamble it? Do we have any high magic places? We have some swamps. Maybe I hit those. Oh, and I could hit the dysentery land. No, I don't think I'm going to spend it. Not yet. I'm going to keep him doing research. He's our best researcher by far. Okay, so got level 1 construction. Search for sites, didn't find any. Didn't find any. Didn't find any. Here's our battle. Alright, so this is, we're expecting a hold and attack rear from, yep, from those. Just don't land right on my commanders. Okay, kinda good. Okay, that probably went about as well as it could have. What do you got for defense? Yeah, not too much. Oh, man. Brutal. Not having them in skirmish formation, you could see how much more those enemy archers did. Yeah, you better get some courage out there, buddy. Oh, they're running. I don't blame them. I don't blame them. I do think that's our victory, though. I don't think they can stop. Once I get to melee, I'm going to chew them up. Yeah, I just have to come to terms. It's acceptable losses for human troops, you know. That was a rough province, but we didn't lose the important person. We did lose that second leader I brought, though. That's probably why they routed. We did not lose our prophet, which is the important one. Anything else there is replaceable. Some barbarian scouts have been caught. Oh, okay. So it's been a while since I had one of those. Here. I am already paid for a palisade there, dang it. Dang it, dang it. Okay, well, we have to send reinforcements over there. I'm not going to lose 1,000 gold to an event. You guys move over there. And I think I'm just going to keep researching with him. I am feeling our lack of research quite keenly. Going to build our fortress. You're going to build our lab. What do we got so far over here? Double Earth is what we got last time. And over here, check in. Some more rainbows. I'm kind of thinking we're going to send these. I don't know if I want to send a double path. There's a lot better chance we'll find something with 2 paths. There's also a chance that I just lose them. So I think we're gonna go cheapy here. We're gonna go fire, air, earth, and we're gonna go air, water. No, the single water, double earth. Double earth isn't that valuable for crafting because we can get it on other people. Yeah. Okay. So those guys retreat. You are not expensive enough that I'm going to put troops on you to help. You're going to go here. I'm going to turn on. Maybe I'll try turning on the auto search. I don't know. I haven't had the greatest luck with it yet. It wasn't miserable, but it wasn't great. I feel like Dominions is just so granular that saying, "Oh, just search," is just asking for trouble. I hope those guys are sharing a cave. I really hope they're not in 2 separate cave systems, because I really want them to be fighting each other. Alright, and we cannot build any higher level fort. We have just standard forts for this age. I think we're going to just wait. Do I have a leader up here? I don't. This guy could collect any forces here, so he can head up to the capital. I like that that's only a single move away. That's super good. Building fort, building lab. We won this very painful fight. I'm going to put 10 in there because I don't want to lose that. What could we get here? Okay. 50% for an astral, so that's maybe. We could just get the lizard men for that, and we'd have 100% though, I believe. Yeah. So I'm just going for the astral, that's better. Or I guess this one has the air. Air astral. I already have low air anyways. She can't get air 2, so that's less interesting to me. We could get the sacreds. Normally this is like a great find, and I still might get some. Our bless doesn't really do much for them. Is the mount sacred? Yeah, so we could up their protection to 8 and 12. Archers, these are equal in archery to us, but we do more damage because our strength is higher. So I'm not interested in them either. Normally this would be a really key find, but because of just other circumstances. Oh, they took the Hoburgs! Oh man, I saw those first. I'm gonna up these. Again, just not because 10 is necessarily a great idea, but just because it keeps the AI less interested in attacking me. Alright, well, darn. Down here, I suppose. All that, although actually, now that I say that, what do we have left? None of my ranged units. Yeah, we all dispersed. Alright, I am going to need to take a second and pick people up. That means we're going to come over here, so we could recharge. We'll do a turn of these, and then maybe another turn of archers. I don't blame them. They lost their commander. Nothing they could have done about it. Swimming men. Black fists. Victor's villains. Man, I wish I could get the swimming men. Can't do that though because I'm not underwater. Those are underwater only, I'm pretty sure. Another reason to get enchantment so I could get some skeletons and get something underwater, and then I could recruit those guys and then together take more territory. Yeah, let's roll it. Alright, messenger from Tirnanog. They declare war. Okay. I was honestly expecting a non-aggression offer there. Got our construction. Lost a unit. There's a battle. Alright, well this is going to be them winning. Ah, my caster was there. Hopefully he moved in stealth. Yeah. Alright, so what do you guys got? Junk. Okay. Event down here. Barbarian horde attacked and pillaged. Did we not? Is this a barbarian fight? Yeah, okay. I was going to say, we didn't get a chance to fight? March these guys here just for that. Oh, good. Our PD took some of the initial charge, at least. Alright, over here. The forest has expanded unnaturally, encroaching on arable land. People... Oh, nice, some of the terraforming. Interesting. Because of growth 1? I thought it had to be higher than that. Alright, and some extra gold. Cool. Up here. Collect. A few of those original archers still hanging around. Come down here. Going to recruit. We wanted some more archers. Alright, we've got everything else up here, so we're going to start getting some of these guys. Okay, we need to start really thinking here because I now have a war and somebody that's right on my doorstep. So this army is really far from the front. I'm kind of thinking... Oh wow, this place has no entrance for me. It definitely was good I came down here, though. They would not have... My PD would not have beaten those barbarians. I would have had to PD dump. It's a waste of money. Want the last little bit of territory, but I also need to have troops up there. So I think this army is going to head for the front. And then over here, I just have to start recruiting, unfortunately. Those jerks are going to try to kill my 2 searchers. I just moved out, too. Yeah. Alright, we'll just search in a different direction. That annoys me greatly. Okay, good. They are sharing the same cave, at least. Alright. And for this guy, let's see, he is not paths I particularly care about. We're already going to be searching for those. I think he starts researching. I also think rather than getting these guys in our capital, we need to get our big boys. We are going to start fighting now. That also means we need to reevaluate here. Where's Webb? Webb would give me something easy peasy to cast. Okay, 2. What specifically was that enchant 3 I wanted? Create Revenant. I do kind of still want that. I think what we're going to do is we're going to go enchant 1 so I can summon undead. And then we're going to go evocation and we're going to get something that our guys can all cast. Webs for a decent amount. Magma bolts. Maybe level 3 is where we go. Maybe just level 2. We are so slow at researching. And then we'll go back to enchantment 3. Because we need some battle magic. I'm behind on that. Alright, and then up here, we need to start getting troops. Now, Tiranaug, what kind of... Let me take another look at their troops. Alright, so the scary one that we could build against would be this guy, really. So they've got Glamour. They've got 15 defense, so we're going to struggle to hit them in melee. Protection's okay. They have good attack. I'm just wondering if having a throwing axe is going to make a difference. They have a really good shield. Look at this guy using bronze. What a clown. Yeah, I think we're going to not go with the axes for actual combat. We're going to switch over to mountain warriors and or shield maidens at this point. They have slings. I'm not overly worried about slings, so I don't think we need the shields. So it's either mountain warriors or it's going to be steel maidens that are dual wielding. 12 attack would be good versus 11. So 11 and 10 or 12 and 12. I feel like we need to go with the steel maidens to have a chance to hit. Okay, we have a leader here. I think we need to ramp up leaders because we're gonna have to start doing war parties. Throw a few more of those out. Let's also. I got forts pulling in all these resources, so they're not gonna have many. Grab those. Did he kill my caster? My searcher? I didn't see him in that battle. He was. Antlered Shaman. He retreated according to this, or didn't die. Oh, there he is. Okay. Okay. Come search this way. And we're gonna have to this army's gonna have to turn around and go up. I was hoping on finishing this off, but we need to just get up there to fight. We have 2 decent armies, and I can pop a third one here pretty easily. We're going to have some magic support, although it's not good. It's not really ready yet. To that end, I need you to come up north. What could you cast? earth power and then just stuff. Yep, okay. You're in. Can you make it there with these guys? Yes. Do I want to do that? Yes, because I want to get another army up here next turn. Okay, over here, we can keep searching. There's death scales here, so there's definitely something. I'm going to be very disappointed if he can't find it. This guy is going to patrol. You have enough troops that if we get caught... No, you don't really. It's fine. Let's check in. What can we craft? What did we finish? Oh, we didn't finish 3 yet. Shoot. Do I need to abort? I might need to abort because we need some magic to support us. Can't get the alcohols yet, though. I mean, we could make, what, 3, 4? 4 with our bonuses. If we go up another level, though, we could get our dwarven hammers, and then we could get quite a few more. I think I am going to go for greed on this one. I'm not going to switch off of construction. That's going to be rough, though, because our research is going to go down. All right, so people who are not good at combat paths can stay behind and keep researching, but everyone else is going to have to mobilize. Okay, found a site. Good, good. Be death. You're not death. Oh, okay, some. Actually, this is probably as good as it could be, because this isn't going to plague him. So, 1 death gem, 1 nature. Happy enough. We could summon some large spiders. Sure, you could. That is a thing you could do. And they're attacking over here. Alright, let's see what's going on. Okay, this is the one to my west. I think we can corner and kill this army. Gonna have to do a lot of chasing, though. Okay, that is nothing to worry about. What about this one? Ditto, basically, although better. And they found me in their capital. Okay. Can I? I'm kind of wondering if I could send a non-aggression. I would send it to these guys, so they don't backstab me while I'm fighting this war. 1 throne. Where's that other one? No, you're in the water. Oh, man. I got pretty lucky in my throne placement in other games. I did not on this one. Too many water thrones. I'm kind of thinking I also need to stop using the full random map. This is too much water if you're not going to have a water nation. I think I would rather just do the lakes or 1 ocean thing. I think it would end up with more land. Alright, so you head up here. Picking up troops from here. And we will start the counterattack from this position. So we can do sparse on these. Yeah, we got enough front line for that. We're going to do hold and attack. I think we are going to still stick to archers just to the off chance that we can goink a mage or something. And guard commander with those. Hold and fire closest is fine. I think we're going to script up this mage to help. Alright, so for him, we want bark skin right away. No, actually, if he could do stone skin. Stone skin, and then... Oh, he has got some earth power. Oh, so rusty. Summon earth power. Then you can stone skin. I don't think we are desperate enough that I feel like I have to get out lesser earth elementals or anything. Earth's Grip would be great against those guys. I don't have anything I saw that needed Skeletal Body. Alright, well, Eagle Eye, and then he can cast whatever he feels is best. We'll reevaluate that after we see what the AI does with his spells. Alright, I know I slandered you earlier, buddy, but what could you cast if I sent you out? Okay, we could gem into a Phoenix Power or an Earth Power. We have Burn. Yeah, he has enough stuff that I think it might be worth it. I mean, if he was to spam this, let's say, he could get 3 of them out. It's not great. He could get 5 of these out. Fire's not going to be as good in our cold territory. Oh, man. Yeah. Bruh says, too much water, what are you, IGN? Those are like fighting words, man. Don't even. Yeah, that's, it's, you know, when I was a kid, I used to get Nintendo Power, and that used to be like, that dates me for you. That used to be like the highlight of my month was that would come. I have specific memories of both the first article I ever saw Pokemon talked about, and it blew my mind, and Civilization on the SNES. There was a 2-page article about it, and I read that hundreds of times. I took it to school, and every day for silent reading, I would read that article for like months until I finally was able to get Civilization. Like, it's a shame that there just isn't nearly as good of game coverage, at least written game coverage, as there used to be. I find most of it to be trash, unfortunately. Luckily, at least, I guess, anyone can just start a YouTube and anyone can review games. So there's at least a few people that I can trust for looking at game reviews and stuff. But I don't know if the same magic is there, though, as the kid on the bus reading his Nintendo Power. I do think I'm going to hold off on this guy. He's just going to tire himself out, and he's not going to accomplish anything. We'll throw him on spells just in case he gets caught into combat from something else, but we're not going to do that. Bring those guys in. I do think I'm going to give him at least 1 bodyguard. And then these guys are going to try to counterattack. This guy's, who knows where he's going to go. It could be anywhere, unfortunately. And then over here, there's not enough resources there to do anything. So I'm going to stop recruiting there. Ditto with that one. These are too close to the front. So yeah, we're kind of done with those out-of-building recruits until we have this under control. All right, now this group... I guess I didn't double-check a water guy. Do I have anything of interest that he could do? Quicken Self, Resist Fire, using Touch. Desiccation. Desiccation's pretty good. Yeah, Desiccation's fine, but I think it's not really killy per se. I think I need the research more than I need that. So where are we going to go? We can jump to here. And then maybe they're just going to kill that PD. I'm wondering if I should PD dump. If they go here, the PD kills them. If they go here, my army engages. Make sure you're attacking. If they go here, then what? We have... Is that enough to take what we saw? This was in Witch Corpse. Yeah, I think that totally is enough to kill that. Alright, so... Sparse line. Hold and attack. No. Hold and fire archers. And then the Steel Maidens line formation. These do not have a ranged weapon, so hold and attack closest. He's going to stay behind his troops. right here. I would like to send at least a mage, preferably Earth, and maybe we could hit them with a Shatter Armor or something. I don't think I want to send him out. He's more valuable if I do have a weird loss or something, but this guy could totally go. Cast specific. Maybe I should also make a hotkey for this spell list. So we're going to summon Earth Power. We're going to personal Stone Skin. And then he can either Temper Armor, Flying Shard, Armor of Achilles. All of those are fine. Bless. Do I even care to get my own Bless? I'll leave it up to him. If he feels like he needs it, you know, say a few words before battle, that's cool. If he doesn't, that's fine too. All right, so where could we go and catch these? Can we move 2 spaces anywhere? No, that's too rough. I think we're going to queue them up to go there, though, as the cutoff army. That's scary, though. They're just forting up that whole border. Good thing, I guess we got our... I felt like our forts were coming out early, but I guess we were just in the nick of time. I also am going to need infrastructure down here. That means I need another shaman. Also means I don't want these guys anymore. Build archers back here, I think. And over here. Get those. And then we're going to need more commanders. More commanders everywhere. There we go. I do quite like that. I love not having to spend a fort turn on our good commander, essentially. I don't think, now that I say that, 50, 10, 50. Yeah, he is our good commander. So we're getting the cream of the crop, and we're getting it not out of our forts, which is perfect. All right, these guys are going to take a chance and search. Think down here. We're just going to go... What did I... Oh, yeah, we found their capital. It was over here. Yeah. Don't know how much I care about seeing what they're up to, but probably should keep some eyes underground just in case they start throne claiming or something. Yeah, I agree, Brandon. I'm not feeling like terrible for this, but I know what's going to happen is if these guys get through, they're just going to run and they're just going to make me chase them everywhere. And I guess I have an army here. If I go here, maybe we can cut them off. It's hard once they get in just to plug them up. And I don't want them ruining all the income and resources. I definitely don't want them getting here. 2 turns, we're probably safe, but definitely do not want them interrupting that. That's really my only vulnerability. Everything else is just a matter of having to chase them around annoyingly. We could hire the wet ones. Okay, I'm very interested in that. I'm very interested in that. Could we get underwater with the wet ones? They're so terrible. We have to find somebody that's equally terrible. And I feel like even the darn Kululus are probably better than we are. Okay, we're getting them though. I can afford it, so maybe we could see if we could. Can I recruit them here? Okay, so we do like wet ones here, and we bid like a decent amount, and then we also PD trap it. So we do... These guys are so much better than these troops. We do like 30 PD. God, that's expensive. We do like 25 PD. I'm gonna do it. If I could kill that army here, then my reinforcement army could go here, here, and then we're on the offense. Yeah, I'm happy with that. He's moving out. In fact, actually... Why aren't you sneaking? Sneak out. Which his normal move normally just say move and not sneak. Now I'm getting skeptical here. Unit orders. Move or sneak, just click map. Okay, so I guess for him it doesn't say sneak like it does scout. I don't know why all of a sudden I got paranoid about that. Okay, let's just do a double check on our forts. Recruiting, yes. Recruiting, yes. No, okay. So for here, we're going to need archers, but we're building a whole bunch in the back, so I feel like we're just going to stick with the steel maidens up front. $31 recruitment points. Yeah, those are more expensive. Okay. Research is going. Are we close to another one? Yes, we will get construction 3 next turn. That's going to be really good for us. I kind of wish my pretender wasn't even here. I kind of wish he was at one of the back forts, but I don't think they're going to be able to kill us or anything here. Now the question is, do I move this group of units here? They're probably not going to stay. They're probably going to go here. So maybe we don't. Maybe we actually move here. If they don't move, then nothing happens. If they move here, they can't take the fort or anything. No, I'm going to go aggressive on that one. He's sneaking, so they won't catch him anyways. Junk PD. That is the problem, I suppose, with having really easy expansion with all those junky PDs. Well, now I have the junky PD. They're mine now. So, would be nice if I had like heavy cav or something, you know. If I have to PD dump, then I'd have something that might at least hurt them before they die. Okay, let's roll that. Alright, there's our construction and our enchantment. Nice. We found a site. Some extra earth. Good. He did move down. Shoot. Okay. These guys are in a little bit of trouble. They're going to move here. Alright, let's view these. Alright, so Tirnanog. This is me taking back territory. They were not here. Battle of Madness. This is them attacking the Junkie PD. That's such a little force, too. This is good, though. As annoying as this is to me, this is really good AI play. Like, they should be sending small raid forces, so that's encouraging. I haven't played enough to really definitively say how I feel about the AI, but it definitely feels better. Like, for sure. I'd like to see them protect themselves from attack rear a little better, and I'd like to see a little bit better magic use. But very happy so far with it. Alright, this was our PD dump. I'm noticing our mercenaries are not here. I thought they would be in. We did route them. Okay. Fortress complete. Good. That gives us a free commander here. We are recruiting. Now the question is what to do with this group. I think we try to be cute. And we set them up on hold and attack closest. And we're going to stay... I think I might be able to set up a trap for them. I think I can do this, so... hold and attack closest, stay behind troops. Okay, so this guy is going to go here. What's the move and patrol hotkey? Move and patrol. Control shift map. Okay, I want him to move there, and I want him to move there. And I'm going to see if I can nab this guy. And our big force is going to come down here. The longer we spend chasing this, the worse we're doing. We don't want to be chasing around in our own territory like this. Alright, we bounced that unit. I'm just going to go in with that force. And then this place. I'm going to go up to 10. That might be enough with what we killed. What's this territory called? Witches' Copse. No, they attacked Wick Forest. In Wick Forest, they have a slinger. Oh, they're dead. They don't actually have a commander. Okay, perfect. In that case, what is this? This is a good army. I guess it doesn't matter which way he goes. I'm going to have the lighter army to retake the territory, and I'm going to have this one come that way. I feel like there's more of a chance that they attack here with whatever's up here. They have glam troops, so we're not seeing what is actually around. We've got to... Oh, they actually won the Pale Ones. That's what happened. Wow, okay. Well, they paid a lot for that. Not sure that was worth it. Alright, I'm not actually going to use this group in that then. I think I'm going to go up here. 60 wet ones we can definitely take. Yeah, we definitely can take 60 wet ones. So I would like to take that fight if they'll let me. Okay, what about here? I'm not sure that the PD would beat wet ones. Don't think I want to waste money on that then. We're going to recruit those. We're also going to need some more commanders. Grab him. That commander can come up here. He's still building the palisade. He has to come down here to help build infrastructure. Alright, do I want to make some shamans for combat? I think the answer is no until we have web. So I think I would prefer to keep doing warrior smiths for now. Our magic isn't good. Like, that's all there is to it. We're not known for our magic, that's for sure. Alright, let's see what we have up here. So we got 3 earth and 2 nature twice. So good casters. Those will be very useful. Could you move 2 up to there? You could. So I do think we're going to give magic support to that fight. Yeah, I do think we're going to magic support that. Alright, so we need to organize this. Oh, do I have anybody I could give them as bodyguards? Make sure they can still move there if I have those bodyguards. No, they can't. Okay. Never mind. No bodyguards for you then, because we need to arrive next turn. Okay, so... summon Earth Power, Personal Stone Skin, Eagle Eyes, and Spells. I do feel like that is perfectly acceptable. Let's just double check and make sure we didn't get anything else interesting in the meantime. They have lots of choices on what they're going to do. I want to see what the AI does before I start over-scripting them. If they buff, I'm happy. If they're using offensive spells and it's making a difference, I'm happy. I'm not sure we have good enough spells, really, so we'll have to see about that. Okay, that's set up. Next thing we need to do is look at what we can craft now, because we finished level 3. And unfortunately, we're moving out a lot of the big dudes, so it's going to have to be him to do our Dwarven Hammer. One of them could do it. Maybe we only send 1 extra caster. That's still 2 that arrive. Don't forget to change it from sneak. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I should have noticed that, because it's the different color, but yes, that would have been twice. I would feel rather bad about that. Good catch. Okay, but now that I'm thinking about it, though, do I want one of these guys to stay behind and craft our hammers / boots? Because he is worth so much research that I'm not sure it's worth him doing. If he did do it, he doesn't need his Master Smith ability, so he actually wouldn't get any bonuses there. We don't have any double earth people at home right now. I think we sent one of them out searching. We did. That is an important job. I'm going to just go with the support. I want to win that fight for sure. So we're going to take him off research for a turn and build the Dwarven Hammer. Let's just peek at what else we could do. So in addition to that, a bow wouldn't be bad for our commanders. They're very strong, so the damage would be pretty good on these. Extra effect, Feeble Mind is always hilarious. That is our death gems, though. I don't think I'd want to spend that. A helmet, that might have been useful for our pretender, but that moment has passed. Gossamer Gown. Hit points... Not... Well, actually, for our pretender, that might not be too bad. Although he'd have to be in dwarf form. Never mind. He couldn't wear it when he's in dragon form. So, moot point. I was going to say, he has such high natural protection that the armor's low protection wouldn't matter, and awe and hit points would be good, but dwarf form, he's not fighting. It's not going to happen. If we can get high enough to get Gift of Health, maybe we could get him healed, and then he could go back to combat, but unless that happens... Did I not see Earth Boots? No, Earth Boots are level 5 now. Bracers, not really interested. Pendant of Luck's not terrible. We don't have any other glamour mages, so if I do want anything that's glamour, he has to be the one to do it. Okay, so other than the hammer, I currently don't have anything else I want him to do. So he'll have to do that for now. And then just to check in, let's check this guy because he has good paths. Yeah, he cannot do the Smasher yet. Shield of Valor would be nice. None of our commanders have shields, so if we do end up against Vanheim with Hoberg crossbows, we might need to shield them. Oops. We don't really have anyone that's particularly thuggable, in my opinion, so I'm not looking to make thugs. I'm just looking for, like, hey, would this one piece of gear really improve this unit? Like a bow, I feel, would be good for our commanders. Give them something to do rather than just sit there. Or alternatively, a shield so they don't take an arrow for no reason. Fish scale boots gives swimming. Not really impressed. Okay, so what we're really looking for here is this, the Alquill. So it's going to cost 5, but we can lower that by 2, I believe. So it'll cost 3. So we can make tons of those, actually. That'll help a lot. So we're going to want to fit everybody with Alquills. The other boosters are just going to be out of reach for now. I think we lucked out that we finished this right when war broke out. A couple turns earlier would have been nice, but at least we made it. Okay, search here. Yeah, I totally agree, Steven. I feel I've definitely learned that lesson long ago, but it's definitely a noob trap. Once you learn how to thug, it's so cool you want to always do it, even if it's not a good idea. Like, if we were to peek at our guys, 16 HP, that's one hit, you're dead. I don't care. Even if I had armor that gave me 10 HP, starting at 26, yeah. So it would have to be... Like, he's got nothing there. I mean, he is blessable, but we didn't really take a bless. Yeah, none of these would be useful. And I think noobs fall into that trap. That crafting is so cool you want to do it. And if you played Middle-Aged Olm, you could do that on your knights. Like, those are thuggable. Those Black Knight commanders. Those would work. They'd be light, but they could do it. None of these guys can. We need to summon something in. Which we definitely could. Like, we have enough earth, we could contact Troll King. And he'd be okay. He'd be pretty good. But we are a long ways from that. Okay, let's do one last recruitment check. Okay, we're good. I think those are all the orders that need to be done. We got some sneaky sneak going on down here. We're cutting off here and reclaiming. We're going to try to trap this guy here. I guess this would be the one spot that he could escape. It's just not even worth it. Yeah, he's just gonna kill those. That's just not even worth it. All right, let's see what happens. All right, research and evocation is complete. We have level 1. Nothing super exciting, but some stuff that is usable for us. Geyser could be interesting. But nothing stupendous. Vine arrows, kind of what I'm thinking, just so our shamans could contribute if they have to. That's a longer range than anything we have. What I really want is web. That'll help us against those high defense guys. And we could get guys who could cast Rust Mist. In fact, I think one of our guys could do this. Can be a little bit iffy, because this will affect us. Our greatest strength could be our greatest weakness. This won't affect Tirnanog. They're not using steel. I don't remember off the top of my head if Vanheim does right now. I don't think so. But not great. Web would be good, like I said. Lower their defense. We're probably not going to get anyone good enough. Maybe a Fire Blast, maybe a Lightning Bolt. Illusion Warrior would give our Pretender something to do if he has to fort defend. Yeah, so I do think we stop on Evocation 2. And then we switch back to Enchantment, where we go for... What was it after here? Revive King would be handy. The arrow... We could poison arrows, yeah. Claim and Summon would be okay. Give us something to do with our water gems. Giant Strength would be really good on our troops. I also, we were talking about moving the boosters. I think that separating out these buffs into like personal, very small, kind of small, pretty big battlefield also gives a lot of granularity. Because in so many of my games, I would just wait until I had the battlefield buff, and I wouldn't bother with those smaller ones. But now the battlefield ones come so much later, I do think they're worth using. And I'm sure good players were probably using the smaller ones too, but beyond my skill level. These earth-shattering hammers are also really interesting. So, blunt and melee slash weapons will stun on hit. Well, we get 2 attacks at pretty good chance to hit. So I'm interested in trying that. I've never actually used those, but I feel like those would be good buffs. Anybody who hits a lot, and we hit a lot, so that could be pretty cool. Raise Dead. We could definitely use that on our guy. Twiceborn. I've heard this has been changed. I might be wrong about that. Then we're getting deep enough that not much down here is going to be usable by us. Actually, I take that back. Pale Riders. Pale Riders is really good right now. I definitely would cast this with my guy. I prefer to summon this, actually, than Long Dead. Those are nice cavalry. And we don't have any cavalry otherwise, so that would give us a new tactical option. Some attack rear with those would be really nice. Alright, enough jibber-jabbering over there. We completed this palisade. We are going to construct the fortress, and then we're just going to have to chill here because we're out. He actually could preach. Get that domain out of here. Alright, this guy is going to wait. Okay, so they went over here. Let's see what happened there. We lost that fight. That was one of our traps. Alright. What did we find? I'm getting distracted here. We found the Enchanted Tomb. Excellent. We already knew about the lake and the Druid Book. So good gem finds all around over there. Head down here. Get that. There's some witches. Okay, they did have forces there. Let's peek at that again. Alright, so this was our new force that has like one caster, I think? No caster in this group. Oh no, there he is. I did not move his place, so he needs to be moved. Summon Earth Power. Tempering Armors, okay. I want him to do that in the melee troops, though, not the archers. But if he was forward, I think he would. Okay, we were able to hack them down. Okay, all good there. Let's get that scripting fixed. He should be up here. And we could pick up these guys. Did he bring them over, I guess? I'm not sure where those guys came from. I must have accidentally put some on him. That's alright. They're all going to be in melee now. He's going to be right in with them. Summon Earth Power, personal Stone Skin, then I don't care. Yeah, that worked fine enough. If he was closer, it would have been better. Alright. That's good. You guys... I'm going to send them down here. I'm going to need some more help to do that. Alright, this is... Range of Light. Let's see what happened in Range of Light. Alright, so these are more mercenaries that they hired. Not particularly worried, I just want to make sure. Okay, everyone else looked like they were in an okay spot. And that group, I guess, doesn't have mages with it? No. Okay, so they're going to move up to here. Okay, good, I like that. Alright, then down here we got to figure out what we're doing. So from here... Oh, we didn't see what happened. This was Sulfuria. I'm guessing that my ranged troops just couldn't take him down. They got closed on. Oh no, this was not where the ranged troops went. Okay, so some lizard men go in. Let's take a peek at these guys. No fatigue from that cold-blooded yet. Okay, yeah, they're just going to get minced up, though, by elite elven troops. And then we come in. We're struggling to break the gland. We did kill one, okay. Yeah, we just didn't have enough troops. Okay. I think we've looked at all of those now. Hinwood. No, we didn't look at Hinwood. Alright, this was the bigger fight. So these are the wet ones we tried to hire. I'm a little salty that they got those. The PD's nothing. Kind of protection. 10 protection, nothing we need to worry about. We'll chew through those. So it's just a matter of, did we lose anything and is our scripting good? So this is our largest mage corps to date with 3 mages here. Okay, so they're still in their buff script when the fight has started. They're going over to temper armors. We've got mages running in. Or not mages, archers. What are you girls doing? You didn't get raged or something. Hold on, I've got to see that again. What happened there? Okay, so you're out back. You're holding. You're firing. And then you just run forward. I don't know what happened there. Okay, I think the mage scripting was okay. I note that they stopped to bless themselves, so I probably should group them up and let one of them bless. Okay, what happened with the scripting? Did I miss something? Hold and attack archers. Huh. I guess they just wanted to get closer for those bodyguard archers. That wasn't too good, though. They lost a lot of people that they really shouldn't have there. Okay, then for these guys, we're going to play a little bit risky, and we're going to group them all in a single square. And we're going to have one person bless, so that they can get on with it. And then he's going to have to earth power, and then stone skin, and then you can cast whatever. It's a little on the risky side, but I feel like when they're blessed plus the stone skin, I'll have to see. I guess we could check. What was their in-battle protection when they were fully buffed? Okay, there's the stone skin. Are you blessed currently? No. Think that was blessed going off? Yes. Okay, so he has stone skin. He has his buff. He's at 21. Okay, that's plenty. That's plenty. He'll be safe. No stray arrows or anything, I don't think. Alright, so that's that. Next up, we've got... Okay, this was the trap that didn't go off. And you guys were coming to try to help with that? Do I want to do that? Yeah, I do. I'd prefer if they could make it to here, but we can't reach. So you are going to come in and just retake that. You are going to hold and fire closest. We're going to try to capture him here. Now, he doesn't have a lot of options. He's got neutrals, a throne, or my 2 forts. So hopefully we will catch him here. Let's also get some more commanders rolling. It's funny how you go from needing very few to give me all the commanders when war starts. We got a double fire, we got a double earth, excellent. Double earth guy. I don't think I'm going to risk him in that type of fight. Head over here. This is nice. When you're close enough that you can move fort to fort with your mages safely, and you don't have to worry about getting intercepted. Very handy. Okay, they all have kind of like a splash. He's doing the fortress. He had to preach because I couldn't afford anymore. Is it time to stop Antler? Not because I don't like them, but I think we're just out of money at the moment. Paying 450 almost a turn. We have a little bit more infrastructure we'd like to get up. No, I think we're going to stick with them for now. Then over here... Okay, we've been getting all melee ones, so we could use some range. Ouch, there's the end of our money. Let's turn him off. Alright, this group, I was happy with how they did. Can't even afford PD, wow. It's that level, huh? Alright, if I had mages I wanted to send into combat, could they make it there? No. Okay. Just research then. And actually, hold on. I'm going to have the mage come over here and enter the heavy fighting, not the light fighting. And the other group can continue chasing. So... I did learn from that other fight, though. It is worth getting our bless up. That gives us a nice high protection for a mage. So a random arrow or something's not going to kill me. That always sucks when you lose a mage to that. So we're going to bless, summon earth power, summon stone skin, or personal stone skin, and then you can cast whatever. I wonder if I should put him on... Let's try it here. This is dangerous, but I need to see how he reacts. Instead of spells, we're going to do advanced, because I want him to be casting that temper armor on the melee, not them. That's wasted. And then this group. What are we going to do with this group? I think we go for the northern of their 2 provinces. Alternatively, I'd like to get this piece before Vanheim does. Ghouls and Long Dead. This is my prophet, yeah. So he would be the best for that. I am going to go greedy on that one too. I would really like to have this at least. I didn't get that one in the north that would have cut him off better. So I'd like to get this one. Hopefully we won't bump on that. Alright, these guys are out searching. This guy... I guess I already have a command. We can cancel another one. This guy can come in there. I'd rather have troops than commanders at the moment, but if I have enough to move people around. Yes, sorry, Steven, I just saw your comment about the Freak Lord. Yeah, I was looking at the Freak Lord stats. He's pretty good. Mindless and trample and whatnot. I wonder what happens if the Freak dies. Do you get to get another one if you go back to a fort? Or is it like a Master Blaster situation where it's like there's, you know, it's your one and only Freak, and you could never replace him? Okay, we got our Dwarven Hammer. The Dwarven Hammer builds the Dwarven Hammer. So we're going to make another one so we can have other people forging at the same time. And I think that's it for this turn. Alright, we got our evocation research done, which is good. That gives us web, which I like web quite a lot. We won't if we friendly fire, it's whatever. Our guys are very strong though. I believe it's a strength check to get out. Yep. So our guys are decent at getting out of it. And if we have enemies in it, then we will just mince them with our double strong attacks. So I'm pretty excited about that. The other ones, I don't think anything there's going to be cast. So actually, hold on. View research, enchantment. We probably should queue something else up just in case. I think we will go one higher in conjuration. We could do the nest of asps if it comes to it. We have a couple guys who can do that. Where is Swarm in here? Am I crazy? Was Swarm not a summon? Or a conjuration? No, I guess not. Oops. Swarm. Here we go. Alteration 4. That would also be really good for us. Alt 4 also has lots of other good stuff. Maybe we do that first, because there's a lot of other things that we could get. Earth Meld would be super good. We could go up to Iron Skin. Lots more nature stuff we can do. And then we could start tempering fresh and doing Stone Skin on our troops. Yeah, let's do that. And then maybe construction after that. It's a ways out though. Okay, we found sites. Oh, we found a fortification. Oh, what? Okay, I'm way more excited about that than I was at the start of that sentence. Okay, he found it. No flavor text, huh? Well, we got a fortification there. A castle. Admin 45. What are our current... Yeah, this is better. Is it as good as our... It's better than our capital. Okay. That's really sweet. That's really sweet. And that was... If you remember at the beginning of the stream, we were talking about dropping a fortress here. So, decent placement even. That's this magic site, the Jervelian Wall. We also found some air. Cool, 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 cool. Alright, it's safe now. You guys can go scout for sites up here. Down here, though, we're going to need a shaman to cast, or to build for us. Alright, let's hop back here. Q1 up. Well, I guess down here he could do it, actually. No, let's not change what we're doing. We need the firepower. In fact, here's somebody who has firepower. Nope, but I can't make it there. We can go... Oh. We can't go there because of this. Alright, well. Hold on and research for a second, buddy. Okay, we need to check these fights. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Mountains of Madness. Alright, let's see what happened here. I'm actually kind of surprised we win this. Nice job. Nice job. Oh no, this is the one we lost. Okay. That makes way more sense. I was going to say, how the heck did we win that? Alright, and then this is us on the offense up north. Okay, something's off about his script. I need to double check him. How'd this guy get out front? Oh, he's weakened, so because he's weakened, he can't throw as far. So he had to get closer. I like his guts. Preferably in him, but, you know. Okay. Alright, well that went alright. Let's see how we do against those glam troops. Okay, we squish them. And these are our axe throwers, not our heavy combatants either. So our other guys will do better against those. Okay, so that's a good matchup for us. That's good information to know. And then Troll Canyon. Okay, this was us trying to take out those undead. This is the main army, unfortunately, having to do this. What we're looking for here is low losses. Oh! I did not expect thrown axes to do that good. What's going on here? Oh, these ones don't have any armor. They're not armored. That's what's going on. Yeah, protection 0 versus my 16 damage throwing axe. Yikes. Okay. I do note, yet again, my archers have ended up in the front. I'm not liking that. This is not a nation that has frontline archers. And here's the more armored guys. Yeah, and we're definitely slower against these. So that's interesting. I need to double check. I know we summon armored long dead as Olm, but I need to double check other ones and see what they're summoning. Maybe something crept back into that. Okay, I don't think I need to watch any more of that. How much did we lose? Okay, it wasn't so bad. That is the nice thing about warrior maidens. They don't suck at melee. Like, they're not great, but they're better in militia. So if you do end up in melee for a second, you're not just instantly, like, curl over and die. There's a Mound King there. Okay, and in Sulfuria, I don't know if we need to watch this. Us versus PD. Actually, no, we do need to see this. This was me trying to use just archers. So let's see how they do. Okay, so he put Lizardman PD in. They do hit, they do just delete the front line. And then they just break morale, okay. New famous hero. What do you got, buddy? Lightning reflexes. That actually could be useful. Defense 16. Not bad. Okay, throw some defense in. I'm gonna go a little high on this side. Oh, it's so bad. Never mind. Slayers. Ugh. Ugh. Jeez. Alright, if I do have somebody who could make it, but it's not going to be the main force. Alright, so everyone's going to move here. So if they have troops here, they'd have to move here or here. I think we hold here for one turn, or we attack here. I think we're going to hold for one turn. And that way we'll have a guy here and an army here. He can smash into this, and then they can take that. So we're going to go, and we'll see if we can catch him sneaking, and we'll just do a quick site search since we have nothing else to do. Alright, and then this pain in my rear. Alright, so this guy, stay behind troops, hold fast and fire closest. I think we're going to patrol with him. And then this guy can pick up the stragglers from whatever other fight there was. We're going to try to move and patrol that. Gotta run out of troops sometime, buddy. Gotta run out of troops sometime. Alright, he can come up here. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and close out that recruitment for now, because we need more up here. I'm also going to stop... Am I going to stop that? One more. I'm starting to feel the money crunch is my problem. I think I am for now. We're going to switch back to Warrior Smiths. Actually, no, we picked up Webb. What are my odds? 25%. Not great on him. I think I'd rather just have Warrior Smiths. So we keep getting a little bit more research, and if they get paths that are combat able, they can go to the front. And then we need our heavy. These are going to be our true powerhouses. Even though I have to say those archers, Warrior Maiden archers, not bad. I'm very happy with their performance. EA, Arco, and Tirnanog, both fun nations. I don't know, I really like the Myrmidons that the Arco have. I really enjoyed them. They were one of the first nations I played when I was trying to quote-unquote get serious. And I did quite like those. I feel like Formation Fighter is very good, and I feel like Formation Fighter's stocks are up because now we have those small AoE buffs. And so more guys in a square means you can buff more guys with one spell. And that'd be really good for them. And their chariots have move and fire now. I really struggled to use their chariots with any use, because if you said stay back and fire, by the time it was time to get into combat, it was over. And if you just rushed in, you wasted the archery portion. And I've also been told, and I think I saw this with my Olms during some of my fights, if you are 4 sizes, I believe it's 4, if you're 4 sizes larger than another unit, you can push them out of the way. So if those chariots are size 7, you could have them stay back and shoot, and then they will push their way through your front line, and they'll be able to hit. So you could have your Myrmidons way out front, you could have your chariots a decent ways back on hold and fire. They could fire out all their ammo, and then when they're out, they'll actually be able to get into combat. So I haven't tested that yet. I watched somebody's video, I can't think of his name, Milondo, and then like some numbers. I'm definitely saying that wrong, but if you search for like size changes in Dom 6, his video will come up. It was very good, very, very in-depth, but I'm going to assume he was right because he was so in-depth, I can't believe he would be wrong about that. That really means that size 2 units with size 6 cavalry or monsters or chariots, or size 3 and 7 are way more interesting than they used to be. So I'm definitely going to have to check that out. I wish I didn't have to work tomorrow, or I would, but I'm going to have to wind this down pretty soon, in fact, so that I can actually get some sleep. I think we'll do a few more turns of this war, and then we'll have to finish it up next time. Okay, so Bulba is getting some troops out. I mean, that's fine, but I don't like it. I just wish Zabulba would not exist near me. That'd be great. We're searching for death down here. We're building our fort, right? Yeah. We don't have enough gold. I need to get started on that temple because we're having problems down here. So I need to turn off some recruitment somewhere. I think it's going to be this fort for this turn. I think I probably already paid some of this guy's. Turn that off. There we go. Exactly 600 gold. And we are going to build a temple. We need to stop this. I don't like this one bit. It's coming out of the caves. I do not want them to have any reason to come up here onto the surface. Okay, with this fight, we're having some archers go in, plus him. I do think I don't think I'm going to stick a caster into that. I don't think it's worth it. Let's get him up here. And give him... Yeah, that guy Blessing would actually be really good. I'd much prefer he blesses than one of my big guys. I should get some shamans for my other army, or at least a shaman, and they could do the blessing, and then my big boys could get in on their better stuff sooner. I should do that. Okay, so for this one, though, summon Earth Tile, personal... Let's just double check that, because we have done some research since I've been in there. So right now, we're basically getting Earth up, Protection up, and Accuracy up. Is there anything particular we want to do with that? Okay, this guy in particular could do some Falling Fires. Or excuse me, some Fireflies, but he'd go over here. He'd go to Fire Darts. Should be okay. We're in cold, though, so it's not as effective. He could Vine Arrow, which I'm okay with. We do have gross scales. We are strong. If we hit ourselves, we can get out. Maybe we do one Vine Arrow. And then... Actually, they're probably close enough. That'd be round 4. We've definitely closed by then. Maybe we switch to just do web. Let's try that. Let's see how that goes. That was one of our research goals, so we'll see if it worked out. Alright, and this guy is in the capital. Also going to move him up. Actually, no. I need a double earth crafter. So you stay here and put on the hammer. Do I have anything I want you to do yet, though? We don't have the boots, so you can't do that. Dragon helmet? Maybe. Fire in a jar. That's a yes. Okay, so with your hammer on, Forge bonus 3. So this is going to cost us 2 gems. God, I love Ulm. Oh, man. Yeah. Give us a fire in a jar. Actually, no. I want to do that this turn, but no. We need to do the Alquils first. Research is killing me. We'll do this guy. And you can... is it Control F for monthly? No. Shift F? Monthly forging with Alquils. And we're just going to need to remember every turn somebody gets an Alquil. Also, we have somebody here to ferry troops. Actually, we have somebody here with an army. Okay. Man, this game's really shaped up to be pretty interesting. For a comp stomp, I'm really invested in this. I am quite enjoying Dominion 6. I'm very pleased with it. Money well spent. Okay, I'm going to rant here for just a little bit. It's disheartening to see the trolls come in and complain on the forums. Like, I am very happy with a $40 game where other companies are talking about wanting to charge you $100, or you just don't get to own your game anymore. You just rent it, essentially, forever with a subscription service. And the argument of, like, well, it's the same graphics. Okay, and there's 4,000 sprites. Like, I don't play it for the graphics, right? And it's definitely... I mean, it's pretty plainly obvious this is a passion project for Illwinter, right? They're making the game that they want to play. And you know what? That's why the people who would also like to play that game really like it. It's not shovelware. It's made for somebody. It's not made for an executive or... I mean, frankly, it's not even really made to make money. Because if it was made to make money, they would probably do like $10 DLCs when they put out Nabaa, you know? Or a map pack, or who knows what garbage they would come up with. So, I am so happy with the product I've gotten. I didn't play too much of Dominions 4. Happy with the money I spent. I played about 1,000+ hours of Dominions 5. Very happy with the time I spent. I will get that much time out of this game, I'm going to be very happy with the amount of time I spent in here. I don't know, that's just been irking me a little bit. And I probably shouldn't let it, because I know they're just the trolls. So I hope people don't see that and turn away from a game that they would otherwise enjoy. Because I feel like they're trying to trick people out of taking a chance on a game that they would love. Like, you don't have to do Total War shovelware. And I like Total War, like, full disclosure. But that's not it. What they've been doing recently is not it. So this is an alternative. Like, this is like between a Paradox game and a Total War game. Like, this is somewhere in the middle. It's more combat-y than Paradox, but way less, obviously, real-time than a Total War. Way deeper strategy. So, rant over. But just something I've been thinking about a lot. Alright, do we need more hammers? I don't want to overhammer. We got just the one extra. He's going to keep that basically permanently. We could have somebody do... Okay, so we probably want one more hammer, I would say. Alright, so put your hammer back on. The hammer makes the hammer. Steven says, Dominions is a niche game. Grognard war games cost a lot more. Yeah, they do. I paid an embarrassing amount for Distant Stars 1, and I still enjoyed it. Yeah, and I totally agree. There's no exploitative thing. And even for DLC, I used to absolutely hate the idea of DLC. I was an expansion guy. I've grown to accept that this is the reality we live in. And I would greatly take a DLC over gambling or a gacha. So I'm willing to meet the corpse halfway on that one. But that doesn't mean I love it. That doesn't mean I love it. Yeah, and I mean, okay, it's Dominion 6 over what, 20 years? And the other thing I think people don't take into account, one of the reasons that Baldur's Gate 3 swept the world away, swept the awards away, is Larian Studios has been making the same game for 20 years. They just happen to call it something different sometimes. And they update the graphics a little bit more. And that, again, that's not an insult to them. It's an amazing game. But what I mean by that is they got really good at what they were doing. It's not like asking the Total War Creative Assembly guys to make a looter shooter. I don't know who thought that was a good idea. It's homing your craft, getting really good at it. Dominions is an incredibly well-balanced game. I mean, I'm sure there's some wacky things right now, but if we took the final patch of Dominions 5, that is very well-balanced for a completely asymmetrical strategy game. And pretty decently balanced, like, pretty good, considering they have, like, almost 100 nations in Dom 5. We have, what, 101 now? So I love it. I wish there were more Passion Studios. Toady 1 over at Dwarf Fortress, there's another one, you know. You get the special games. Now, somebody will probably come along someday and they'll make Dominions, but more accessible, just like RimWorld is more accessible, Dwarf Fortress. And it'll be great. I'm excited. That'll be cool to play too, but I don't think that means that you can't have Passion Project games. So that is what that is, I suppose. I'm glad other people still enjoy it. And people seem to be really enjoying it. I'm shocked by how many people enjoyed the Agartha game. And to a lesser extent, the Yomi game, which was a little rough around the edges, but yeah. Okay, so all that being said, let's keep going here. So we're going to reinforce... It's too bad I can't reach here from 2. If I could attack one of those from my capital, that'd be ideal. With this mini reinforcements, though, I'm kind of actually thinking we're going to reinforce them here on a move and patrol. The people who are here are actually going to go on the offense up there. And we're going to take him, and he can join that group. So we need to set him up. Okay, he's good. He just needs to be positioned. And he needs to be on... advance and cast spells. I'm gonna be a little aggressive. I generally don't do that on human mages. I need to retest that, I suppose. And if that's the case, then these guys, they're still gonna have to go here, but then next turn they could go there, and then these guys could either reinforce that fight, or attack there, I should say, and get reinforced from here, or they could move up here. I really wish I'd been able to take this. I feel like this is going to come back and haunt me someday. It is what it is, though. I am not so far ahead of Tirnanog that I can just ignore him. Okay, he's moving and scripted. He's researching. He's outquilling. We're getting one more hammer so we can do fire jars. Probably do some earth or some fire elementals or something off of that. Okay, him. We're going to try to patrol here and catch him. We're going to move here to try to kill him. Do we have anybody who could go here? We could add some fire attack to it. I want this guy dead. I want this guy dead so bad. I think I am. We're gonna risk a mage in here, so let's get him a custom script. He's gonna have to... Let's see, they cannot bless themselves, can they? Phoenix power. And then I need stone skin. And then cast spells. We're going to put him back here, but on advance and cast. Because I want to be behind the PD. And, oh, I'm out of money even. I need enough, so I need a little bit of money. Something has to get canceled. Get like 10 PD here, and maybe we can finally catch this guy. Whoops. Boy, we are just out of everything. Full war economy here. Ah. Okay. Hopefully that will catch him. And then we can finally have this guy rid of him. I'm tying up, what, one commander, a mage, a second commander... I'm tying up third commander, all to catch this one dumb unit. This is the power of raiding, though. Like, yeah, this is the power of raiding. Like, I could ignore him, right? And then he would just continue just taking everything, cutting things off. Sooner or later, he'd catch a mage that's out sight searching. Like, I cannot ignore that. I have to deal with that. Here's another spot that I would like some more PD, since we have a fortress now. That's not a terrible idea. If I had some extra troops, send in a stealth raid party would be great. If I had initiated this war, I'd like to think I would have done a party or two of that, but I was more concentrated on trying to finish off this expansion down here, because this makes me very nervous too. Because I'm missing out on... We probably would have forted here and probably here, so like 2 more forts. I really wanted this, too. I wanted those Hoburgs. Having early age crossbows would have been great. But it is what it is. I'm not too worried about that. Alright, you guys search. Let's check our battles. Found Enchanted Tower and a battlefield. Enchanted Tower. Nice. We're getting pretty good site searches, I would say. Head down here. Down here. I am... Do I build the lab? You know, we can't even afford what we currently have. I'm going to hold off on that and have him preach. See if we can push that out. Okay, over here. All right, back to checking what happened. Okay, so let's just view these. All right, he tried to move south. Let's see if my trap caught him. So this time we're a little better organized, hopefully, with the archers. Probably going to end up shooting a bunch of our lizards. Yeah, they just get goinked. So, naked lizards do not beat Tuatha warriors. For anyone who needed that tested, there you go. Now the question is, can we get some kills? Even if we don't win, I just want kills. Because he cannot reinforce anything here. He's got just that human commander, too. Okay. don't think we're going to get it, guys. Oh, wow. Down to the wire. Don't mess with the women of... Oh, man. They will break you like a watermelon. I ain't afraid no elf. Good job, everyone involved in that fight. 4 survivors, even. Alright, that means... Okay, we have a guy in that fort. That means he can finally go over here. Nope, nope. Don't spend any extra money. I gotta be careful here. In fact, did I already do that? No, that's old. Okay. We caught here. So this was Mountains of Madness. Probably nothing. Yeah, just PD. Junkie PD. Do spend some money here. All right, what do you have? You actually are pretty combat able. So instead, could I have... Can I reach 2 squares anywhere? No. Okay, come up here. We'll patrol for... Well... No, I don't want to wait for reinforcements. This is enough troops that I should push forward. Or they could come and take another province. No, that's not going to win me the game. Winning move is to defeat Ternanog and then take thrones. So you guys move up. Sure, up to there. You can keep your troops for now and head here. You can just pick up that one. And you're not really combat able. Are we running out of resources or are we running out of recruitment here? We're still running out of resources. Okay, so you can come up here and bolster our resources. Do we have any other fights? That was there. Curtain wall. Curtain wall. Okay, this is our secondary offensive army. Okay, is that Tyrannog's plus? Fire shield. Huh. Okay. Not in love with that. That will mess our troops up quite a bit. We have short weapons, but they're not going to have a ton of sacreds, so not too worried. If we can fight them in our dominion, the cold also helps. Yeah, get out of here. Alright. Nothing to see there. Dominion changed. Foreign priest. Don't like that either. Okay, now we're in good setup. We finally have a front established here. This is our main force. And our main force is going to attack here. This is... Which one of these is better? This one by far. Okay, our secondary force. We could attack there. Can we sneak? We could go there. If I siege this, could I take it? I feel like the answer is yes. And this would clog up one way into my territory, meaning they'd have to come through here. So this is pretty vital. I think we're going to double up on that one. I think with both of those forces going in, we should be able to... Oh, nice. I even have them offset just by happen chance. Make sure you guys are on sparse. Not you guys, though. Yeah. Alright, down here, you can just patrol, I suppose. Any troops? Nope. Money is still tight. Let's see what's recruiting. Okay, we turned off some recruitment last turn because we were so broke. So turning that back on takes us to there. I do think I'm going to take the opportunity while we have kind of a lull and get that last lab. And I think we're done with infrastructure until this war is over or situation changes. I guess here. Maybe we'll do one more set. This is a really, really good fort. That's a really good fort now that I'm saying that out loud. I need to get somebody up here. Alright, you go there. Good, and he can make it in one turn. Just to have troops inside in case, I don't know, I get elfed. Alright, you guys are my searchers. Alright, he was crafting another hammer. And then this fort's probably the least likeliest to get attacked, so we'll start dumping feathers back here. That takes him up to 15, so that's much more respectable. That is very interesting that they made these guys sacred. I mean, it totally makes sense, but that really ups their value. Like, really ups their value. That's a decent amount of research per upkeep. And then the fact that you're going to be making research items makes them even better. Okay, and you were going to forge. I'm not going to put this on monthly. I just want a few of these. And then you, I think, are done forging for the time being. If we had boosters, I'd be interested in it. I guess take one last glance. Skull Mentor. They're not trying to assassinate me. Magic resist wouldn't be a terrible idea. What is his magic resist? 21. Okay, I'm not worried about it. No, he's going to go back to research. That'll be really useful. Speaking of, we got enchantment 2 this turn. Okay, so we could do Revive King. Let's actually... No, you're not going to research. You're actually going to get us a little bit of undead. And maybe let's see if we can... How many undead death gems? 30? I think with 30 death gems worth, we could probably get into the water. Like maybe here or here. Or even here. Here would probably be the spot. Okay, so to do that, we need to get a leader. So, cast ritual spell. We need a king. Just taking a look at chat here. Fooling around with EA and a monster bless with giant wolf. Regen plus cold aura bears. Nice. I think I did... I think it was... Is it the Son of Fenrir on Middle Age... Are they Jotun at that point? Because his auto spawns were sacred. And so I did something very similar. I think I had like regen... This is in Dom 5. I had like regen and cold aura on him. Because that was the same bless that like your sacred giants could use. And I remember really having fun. I don't remember if it was good. But, you know, in single player, that's the point, right? Just have fun. Not get too sweaty. Mass archers with fire and air. Yes, totally could. And our archers actually wouldn't be too bad for that. Especially if we're on the offense, so we're out of our own cold. Don't forget, you also can do poison arrows now. I don't know if poison or fire is better yet, but they buff the same sizes, essentially. So that's something to consider. Yeah, Son of Fenrir, yeah. Responds. Yeah, I seem to remember really having fun with that. I might have to try that. Thanks for making me think of that. When I tend to play a lot of early age. I don't know why, but I really like it. I think it's more mythical. But middle age... I play a lot of early age, if I said that wrong. But middle age has really grown on me, too. One of my goals for Dominions 5 one year, I played every single race, at least one comp stomp in EA. I did the same in MA, and I think I got like 80% of late age. I don't think I did most of the Water Nations, and I know I didn't finish. I have a document somewhere where I was taking notes. So, middle age definitely grew on me. I'm not sold on late age yet, but maybe in Dom 6 it'll get me. Maybe it's... I think part of it was I was so scarred by people telling me, blood's too hard. Doing communions is too hard. Well, yeah, no, it's not that hard. I mean, and again, I'm no expert or anything, but if I can figure it out, other people can figure it out. So, I will say blood is more annoying, for sure. Before they made the change where you could auto-put blood slaves into labs, oh... I'll probably play Lonka at some point on stream and just suffer as I forget every turn to move things around. Okay, let's get this done. I'm going to have to end pretty soon. We'll do another turn or two. Maybe see if we can get this siege, depending on how slow it is. I also, actually, now that I'm saying the word siege, I probably should also summon up some ogres. Ogres, me lord. How many earth gems we got? 54. Let's check that cost before I queue up my entire stash. 7. 35 gems worth, maybe? Yeah, let's do 35 gems worth. How many do you give? 5 plus? Yeah. Oops. Forgot they're not all the same path. Hopefully you're all on Summon Ogre and I didn't click something weird. Yes. And then we have a leader coming who can pick them up. No, that's a mage. You're patrolling. Because you were going to wait for reinforcements? No, you're moving. You're moving there. How much room do you have? You have enough room for ogres. Come on in. That'll make a nice... I'm gonna try to keep them out of combat and just use them for siege and just break forts really quick with those. I don't want to be sitting here while they're elfing behind me again. Okay, and then let's double check recruitment. All right, that's probably as good as it's gonna get. We are broke. Yeah, we're just broke. Yep. Okay, just gonna hold off on that. It's funny, I feel so broke, but we're making 1,500 a turn. All right, let's roll that. Yeah, the micro setup is what it really is. Like, and it's also how try hard you want to be. Like, when I was playing multiplayer, it was a small group of friends and associates, and so we were all playing to win. But it wasn't like people were getting super sweaty and angry about it. So I would take the time, and it's a lot easier when you know you're only playing one turn every day to do that than sit for 8 hours and do that. That 8-hour game probably became a 12-hour game because of that. Okay, have searched. Let's check the fights first. I've gotten out of my normal habit here. All right, so this is us attacking up north. This is not super important. I don't think we're going to have any major issues. I'm not even going to watch this. We kill them. That's the spoilers there. They killed some. They killed warrior maidens. Okay, they're still having problems running into combat. Okay, this is us going to their fort. This one does matter quite a bit more. We want to kill them and have them not retreat. Ooh, and I did not have these set up correctly. Ooh. Okay, good thing it's not a good force. I thought that I had the, Wow. Oh, no. We're good. We're good. These are steel maidens with short swords. Not bow maidens. Okay. Woo! Okay, I gotta start from the beginning there. My heart was not in that one. Alright, so what we need to see here is the web script. That's what we're looking for. I think this was the web script, people. Earth powers. Eagle eyes. Okay, we hit ourselves with several axes there, so mixing these two is not great. We webbed ourselves. Pretty sure that was our web. Now, notably, the steel maidens are not as strong as the guys. Oh no, maybe these ones are. Okay, never mind. These ones are perfectly fine. I was going to say they're not as strong, so they're going to struggle to get out of web, but they are buff. They are buff, so they have just as good of odds of getting out of the web. Okay. That was okay. I don't like that I'm hitting myself with those axes, though. I think I'm going to rearrange that front line. Let's do that now while I'm thinking about it. So let's go... They move over, and then these guys just go here. And let's make them overlap just a little bit so that nothing leaks through the middle. Yeah, think like that. And these were not the web script guy. He was, okay. I thought that was okay. Let's add... Oh, could he not do it? Oh, he doesn't... Yes, there's only one guy here with nature. I see what's going on. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we took him out here. Now, unfortunately, if I attack up, I'm just leaving myself open for them to come in again, and I don't have a secondary force. So I think we're going to kind of stall out here. I guess we could go here and then immediately turn around, but then they could leak through there. We could preach for a turn. Yeah, let's do that. Not that it's particularly good, but I just don't have anything else to do. I'm just going to stall, essentially. And then over here, where's our wall message? We've started to destroy the fort. The walls are moderately damaged. Okay, that's not bad. And we finished down here. Okay, I'm not going to keep a commander down here. We will keep a major too. You are done building, so you're going to go back to preaching. I'm not going to be pulling troops, I don't think, out of these backline places. We can barely afford what we got up front. But I think these two, and then soon these two. Actually, this one might be better. Yeah, I think it's going to be this one. So we want our warriors. Oh yeah, plenty. Good, 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 good. Alright, so then... I kind of want to stay here and preach, but I think I'm going to have him go up and build infrastructure first. He can come back down. This is pushing me out, though. I don't like that at all. Over here, what do you have? Just some maidens, okay. Do a patrol, I guess. Back here. Picking up troops and ferrying them forward, I believe. Or maybe I should keep one little set back. Hold and fire closest. Hold and attack closest. Let's set them up just in case they end up in combat. Yeah, I think for now we're just going to chill here. I could use him to come up here and help plug, but he doesn't have enough troops yet. So let's give him a couple turns of troops here, and then this army will be moving out. So we'll make a whole army back here rather than ferrying them forwards. And then we're having a commander come here, so we could build troops this turn. I think I will. Just trying a mix between those melee steel maidens and the mountain warriors. Alright, back to research, boys. And we got another Alquill, I'm sure. Oh, nope, you're a combat able guy. You're heading to the front. You're a combat able guy heading to the front. Alright, you're kind of a loser. You can stay back and research. He's my jar guy. Let's forge another jar. This guy. Wow, we got a lot of troops here. Okay. Alright, he's going to be Ogre Boy, I think. But he can ferry the other troops forward while he's on his way. So for the Ogres, I want you guys way in the back. And I want you to hold an attack closest. Actually, hold an attack flyers. They probably would be the closest if something happens, but you never know. Yeah, and that's plenty of guys, so let's have him... Man, I really wish I could get 2 movement in this direction like I can over here with my forts. I guess it depends what kind of troops I got on me, too. Alright, he's heading up to help siege. That may finish before he arrives, but that's okay. And then this guy... You have an item? No. You have troops on you. You got one. All right, there you go. You are going to go back to research. That was the guy that had the bodyguard for trying to spring the trap. All right, and our... Okay, so we summoned in a Mound King. So let's check him out, see if anything's crazy here. Light Lance, Bronze Cap, Bronze... Okay, so notably not rusted for those. He does have a Rotten Shield, though, so that's probably going to break if he gets into heavy combat. Not that his 7 HP would allow it. And the Skeletal Horse, 6 protection. It is pierce resistant, though, which is actually pretty good. I think a lot of people are complaining about light cav, and the problem, I think, is, and this is just my gut, not experimentation, I think they're getting hit in the head with arrows. Because most of the cav I've looked at, they've had light barding that does not cover the head. Whereas Saramatia's heavy cav, they have, like, full cataphract armor. And so I bet you those are performing very well. Okay, other than that, nothing surprising here. So he is what he is. And then we are going to summon up some reanimation. So we're going to get 10 plus on this. So like 13-ish. We're not super high in death. We can't get a death booster yet. Well, let me double check that. We can't get the staff, right? Right. I have to be level 5 for that. Alright. Ritual. Reanimation. We'll give probably several... We may even make a full undead army. And just really commit to we're getting in the ocean. We don't have another water power down here, so that would just be to our full advantage. And maybe with that we could come up somewhere unexpected. Like maybe over here would be useful. That's a big ocean. Yeah, I definitely need to change how I'm genning this next time, I think. Kelp Forest. Cool. Okay, our searchers... Now they can finally go where they were going to go to start with. And down here... Okay, he's my death searcher. He's still going. Double check our recruitment. Okay, Jarl Forest, is that... No, it's not here. Are we broke? We're broke. Okay. No reason to double check then. Let's roll it. Okay, research and enchantment complete. Okay, so that was for level 3. We were going there for Create Revenant for more research. We still may do that, but I think I'm kind of committed to the idea of getting some underwater things happening. Although one of those to go with that group would let him raise skeletons. That could be kind of cool. Other than that, Gift of Giant Strength is now up. That's going to be pretty big. The AI seems to really like casting that in my other games, so I'm happy for them to do that on any of our troops. Normally I don't like it when generally they put it on archers, but I'd be happy on these archers. So... I think that with their high precision, that wouldn't be wasted. We could jury-rig ourselves into Flame Ward if we have to. Okay, that's the big ones there. Now, if we were to go up to 4, we could get that Earth-Shattering Hammer. So I do want to test that, but I think we're better off getting some alteration. Better self-buffing, better things for our nature guys to do. Temper Flesh would be very nice. And we could start stone skinning our own guys and destructioning the enemy. Elemental Fortitude, Group Stone Skin. Or excuse me, Group Bark Skin and Swarm. Yeah, 4 alterations is the place to be. And then I think we're going to go up to Construction 5 at that point. We'll see again if that changes or not. Okay, we cast Reanimation. Alright, let's take a peek at what we got. Rusty Scale Mail Hallberg and an Iron Cap. Notably not rusty for some reason. He's dual wielding, slight 1 attack lower than our normal guy. Lower defense though, lower strength. Not bad. Okay, let's see. Anyone else look different? Did I get a 2-hand guy? I did. Okay, so Rusty Scale mail halberd, same as the other, but he's got a great sword with 12 attack and 21 damage. That is not bad. I'm totally okay with that. Underwater, that would slice something apart. Alright, so... Oh, now I remember why these guys are annoying. You have to select them separately, because they're different units. Alright, we'll start filling him up. We'll see how far I take that. I don't know if I'm going to go all the way to 100. But for now, we'll do reanimation again. Okay, these guys are searching. Okay, we didn't have any fights. The walls are severely damaged, so we're almost in on that one. Got some earth gems and nothing else. Okay, so back here we have a guy waiting for reinforcements. I may or may not recruit from here next turn. Over here... Okay, we were building another army. You could definitely use some more melee. Over here... Same thing. Probably could use... That's probably enough. If I keep these as lighter, like, defense forces, I think that's enough. So let's get some range to add that. I do like these range. These are doing really well for us. And then Capital is recruiting. Okay, we got some more combat-able guys. Several more combat-able guys. Okay, if I was to send them forward, we would do Summon Earth Power, we would do Personal Stone Skin, and then what would they start doing? Strength of Giants, probably. For Temper Armor. Okay, yeah, those guys are totally worth doing. Give me... advance and cast spells at that point. And we'll make this 2. Alright. Tirnanog, you started this war at a good time, but you didn't push it fast enough. I think now I've got my magic online. I'm gonna make it. I was a little worried there for a second when I was totally not ready. I need like 10 more turns to finish my expansion down here. Alright, this bum can have the Alquill. We're gonna forge couple more fire in the jars, just in case it comes to the point I want those. Have them ready to go. Alright, troop-wise, we are sieging and no change. We didn't get anybody attacking us here. It is quite a waste to sit here and preach. So I think we're going to bottle them up here. We have an army coming of 50. I don't think we're afraid of that. I just really don't think we're afraid of that. Let's shift a few of these. Even those out a little bit so I can take this one and sparse them. Just because I see they have a bunch of slingers. Really home in that we are not to be ranged at. Oops. No, nobody's moving. We're all maintaining siege. Nobody is moving. We are maintaining siege. You are moving as the scout, though. We need to get some more eyes out here. In fact, I think I'm even going to recruit a couple more. Okay, so we're going to try to bottle them up here and or bump. We're going to maintain siege here and or bump. We have reinforcements on the way. They're probably not going to be needed for this siege, so maybe they go there. Either way, he has to move here next turn, so that's okay. We can decide later. Okay, this guy's heading over there to build infrastructure. He's going to go there. Nothing on nothing on next no order person. Okay. All right. See if we can do this siege. I was planning on 4 hours. We're coming on 5. I'm having way too much fun with this game, and I'm happy people are enjoying it. So we'll see if we can finish the siege, and then I'll call it there. All right, alteration finished. We're finally getting some research. Like, it feels good to actually finish research. Got a reanimation. Found a site. Okay, so some more air gems. Didn't find anything. Crippled units. All right. Have a battle. This is us trying to start a second siege. Our archers are looking really thin in this group. They really could use reinforcement. Doubly so when they keep running forward. I do not understand. Is it because they're wounded? No, you're not wounded. They just really didn't like that guy in particular, I guess. Wanted to get in there and make it personal. Okay, let's go back there. What is going on with that scripting? Why are you doing that? Hold and attack archers? Never acted weird before. Huh. Alright, well, nothing I can really do about that. Wait a second. Have one of you lost arms? Is that what's going on? So you can't shoot? How many of you are wounded? Okay, most of you are wounded. Never healing wound. Crippled. I don't know. I don't have an explanation. That's just a very aggressive group of women in that group. I don't know. Alright, for this one, I think we're happy to maintain siege. They caught my scout, so they were patrolling, and they're building up. I don't think this group can take that group, so I'm actually going to try to fall back. Fall back to here. No, we'll fall back to here, and then this reinforcement group's going to come up there. I think I do need the magic for the siege, though. Yeah. Shoot, I wish I had another commander here. Well, why don't we recruit one? Alright, what we're going to do is we're going to leave these ogres behind, because I want the ogres to go to the other siege, but I think I need more bodies over there. So let's set that up a little bit. Alright, so for this one, I basically need to just get these mages spread out. Alright, you are searching for death. You are building infrastructure, and we need a temple because I'm not liking what's going on down here. I see there's an arena death match. I don't feel like we have anyone who'd win. That would be like the one case I might thug somebody out just because it's cool to do the arena, but we wouldn't win with anybody we currently have. We'd have to get lucky with a spell or something. Alright, I think I'm done with fire jars for now. You can just research for them a little bit. We need to put our newest quill on somebody. I might even... Actually, we could probably have a second Alquill crafter. You. Hammer. Forge. Monthly quills. Because we actually have a pretty decent air income of 3. And we're making these so cheap that we can just afford that. Alright, site searchers are moving up. This was a new scout. Ditto here. See if we can sneak in there again. I'm sad that they caught that guy. I need eyes back there. Okay, so Alt 4 is up next. Then we're going to do construction. Everyone's got orders. None of the scripting was off. Let's roll it. Alright, and research and alteration complete. We got more reanimation. Found a magic site. Hidden gold mine. Excellent. I am feeling the money crunch. Alright, Behemoth's Rest. Which one's that? Okay, that's the castle. So this is probably their relief force coming in. I'm glad I brought up those extra mages, I think. Alright, so let's take a peek at what we're actually up against. So, rank and file troops, which are pretty good. Those are good troops. We've got a Sid Lord, normal commander. I do not care about the large stone, I'm going to be honest with you. Okay, this looks like the Ree. Pretty sure that's one of their recruitables. I don't think that's a hero. It's been a long time since I played Tirnanog. But they do just have a lot of dudes. A lot of dudes. Somewhat bunched up, so our fire should be pretty good. Let's slow it down slightly. Okay, I'm not loving how much they're shooting over here. I wish they were shooting into here more. Okay, now we're going to struggle with repels here somewhat. Alright, let's pause. Let's see what's going on. Alright, so we got Javelin. We hit him for no damage. We hit him for 7. Okay, he had a repel. Okay, not bad. Check another one. Okay, took a Javelin. Yeah, we're not using shields on these ones, unfortunately. I feel like the attack density, though, is our strength. So I feel like eating a few arrows in exchange for just having more attacks is probably worth it. And these guys aren't running tons of archers or anything. I'm not scared of slings. Okay. Okay, well, seems to be doing alright. I mean, it is going to be a meat grinder here. Okay, some webbing went off. Excellent. Webbing I like. We're looking a little thin over here, but these guys just haven't moved in yet. Okay, this is pretty gross. I wish we had some AoE damage. Okay, I'm seeing Earthmeld get cast. That's what I'd like to see. Some more webs going out. Getting thin over here where the holies are, where the sacreds are. Oof, I don't know if we got this. These guys are pretty good, though, with their buffs up. 16 protection is not bad. But I feel like they're going to wrap us right here. We also got guys that are out and vulnerable now. Okay, they're starting to get some retreats, though. We're wrapping them on this side. We're going to lose a mage over here. He does have 22 protection, though, so, you know, he took a hit, still up, so he's wasting time. Okay, we're starting to retreat, though. Hope we're breaking. That was quite interesting. Our Steel Maidens did not hold up as well as the Mountain Warriors. So, I think the Mountain Warriors are the way to go right now. I think if we weren't fighting things that were so hard to hit, I mean, 18 damage is nothing to sneeze at. And we're struggling to hit him. His is really low for some reason right now, but we're struggling to hit him. So I think we need to stick to Mountain Warriors for the time being. Until we kill off this Sacred group. This is his main army, I feel. Alright, let's bring that back up to speed. We're going to lose this. Hopefully the mages rout. They seem pretty intent to stick it out, though. Some Earthmeld going off. That could have been useful earlier, bud. Okay, now the archers are going in. Oof, dying in droves. Taking a few down with us, though. And now the reinforcements arrive. Short swords versus fire shields is not a good matchup either. Yeah. Owie, owie, owie. Alright, so... Lost both our commanders. No, that was him. Lost our antler, lost a shaman. Our warrior chiefs got away. Our warrior smiths died. So we lost basically our casting corps that was there. And we gave it as good as we took, though, for kills. Like, they didn't have a lot of total trash. So I feel like that was a pretty good exchange there. We just could not get through their sacreds, these guys. So what could we do different? I think we just need more mountain warriors. We needed a thicker line, and it needed to stretch all the way across. We started getting wrapped, and it rapidly just deteriorated from there. Yeah, I saw that there were some cobbled summons. Extra resources and money? I thought they were just resources. Interesting. I'll have to double check those guys. I just tangentially knew they existed. I didn't actually read the stats. Alright, unexpected event. Unexpected event. Blood slaves? Okay, well. Not going to get a lot of use out of that. There's the arena fight. I think we will look at those next time. Unfortunately, we got pushed off our siege. I was kind of hoping that was going to be our finale, but that is not going to be the case. So, yeah. Sadly, I think I'm going to have to call it there. I got to get ready for bed so I can get up for work tomorrow. My plan is I will probably finish this stream Friday night. Probably Friday night at 8 o'clock Pacific. That will be the plan. So I'm so grateful for you guys spending your evening with me. I hope it was entertaining. I hope maybe you learned something. You guys taught me a few things. I appreciate it. I'm going to try to come out with some videos for Dominions, not just streams, but I'm struggling on recording it. I've never recorded turn-based turns, and I make an episode, and I keep deleting them because they seem really boring. But maybe I just need to go watch some other Dominions creators and get some ideas on how they're filming theirs. So, all right, everyone, be safe. Thank you again for being here. You're wonderful people. I will see you again, hopefully, in the future.